Well, we are going to find out now what happens in Week 8. Very good morning from the live lounge here in Portsmouth as the Modus Super Series continues. Week 8 is definitely a week full of opportunity for the players, and everybody will fancy their chances of making it through to that illustrious Champions Week and picking up that £25,000 top prize. It's a big week with big names, and Chris Mason is alongside me to dissect all of the action. Great to see you, mate. First things first, just want to reflect on Saturday night where Bradley Brooks, a player who just lost his tour card at the end of 2023, went on to win the big prize.
Yeah, and that will do him a whole world of good for his confidence and a couple of quid in the bank, and then look forward to Champions Week, which he'll feel like he has every chance in. And as the week progressed, he slowly but surely got better and better.
It's so hard when you drop off the tour to come back straight away. The fact that he's come off tour, taking him a little while to adapt, but now it feels like he's found his feet. He's won an ADC tour event. He's won here. He's almost following that similar pattern that Josh Payne had when he lost his card.
Yeah, you feel a little bit embarrassed, and you're almost not ashamed. That'd be a bit strong, but you just want to return and get back to winning ways. And listen, the good thing for Bradley, a real young man. He's got the future ahead of him. There's going to be, you're going to have little peaks and troughs in your career where you go up and down. We're going to see another player today who's just come off the tour himself in John O'Shea, who's again had a mixed bag as a tour card holder and be looking to bounce straight back. And that's what you've got to do.
I'll tell you what really was nice as well was yesterday his beloved Blackburn Rovers Football Club tweeted on their Twitter page their congratulations to Bradley Brooks. I suppose Modus is massive everywhere we go. Right, let's have a look at the weekly winners so far because we are now into the second half of the series, and Bradley Brooks joins a Champions Week where for a couple of players they'll see it's a big opportunity, but for the likes of Harrison, for the likes of Duff, they've been there, they've done it, but now they want to have the T-shirt.
Yeah, it's the big one, isn't it? Winning the Champions Week, it's a lot of money, and it could be a game changer in terms of players' careers, because once you've got that kind of money in the bank, I always say it's a bit of an insurance policy. You can play with a lot more freedom, knowing that winning the prize isn't the be-all and end-all. It's starting to pick up silverware, and the money comes with it. And whoever picks up the Champions Week this time around will have a very good end to the year.
Saturday, the 25th of May is the date for the Champions Night, so get that in your diary. But we're looking forward to the action in Week 8. It's an intriguing lineup. No debutants in the field in Group A. John O'Shea, Champions Week semi-finalist last time out. He's joined alongside Harry Ward, Harry Gregory, James Richardson, Gilbert van der Meijden and Lee Cox. I feel like the six of them in that practice room will feel as if everybody's got as much as an equal chance as one another. There's no clear favourite this time out.
Yeah, Harry Ward's the fascinating name in there because he surprised everybody by effectively handing his tour card back and wanted to go back into the family business and now picks and chooses when he plays. So much so that the last competitive official action on record that he's played in was this last year. So you never quite know what you're going to get from a player who is very much a part-time player who just plays as a hobby. But the good thing for Harry, he would be playing with no pressure. He would be playing with absolute freedom, where everybody else, they know the importance of at least getting out of this Group A.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think. We said it was quite an even group on paper. Let's see how they digest the action. Now, this is for the week as a whole. John O'Shea goes off the 4-1 favourite. John Worsley, former weekly winner, at 5. Is there any value somewhere? But Harry Gregory's down at 22-1.
Yeah, I like Dubby at 7-1. We know what he has in the locker. I'm not. Listen, you never know with dart players. Some of them can have a terrible month and bounce back, but I can't ignore the form of John O'Shea of late. He's going to have to find another gear, even at this level, because his recent action on the Challenge Tour was a real struggle. I like Dubby at 7-1. Gilbert could be a dangerous floater at 17-2. Richardson, so much experience here. Maybe Lee Cox at 12s. Harry Gregory, been watching him have a throw this morning. He's got a nice action. Seems to enjoy himself here. So I think it's a wide open field. I certainly wouldn't be backing any of the shorter price favourites with any kind of confidence right now.
It's 18 plus, speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, first up in action is going to be the former World Masters champion, John O'Shea. He's going to be in action here, the live lounge in Portsmouth, over the next 6 days. His first assignment of the week was have a catch-up with Phil Bars to talk about the last few months.
John, here we are, a new week at the Super Series, Group A. Looking forward to the battle?
Yeah, absolutely. You know me. Game of down somewhere. I always look forward to it.
Last series came in, played some good stuff across the 2 days, managed to get to finals night. Unfinished business?
I've always unfinished business. You know, I played well. To be fair to Scott, he probably was the deserving winner in the end. But, you know, in that semi-final, you know, if that tops goes in after 114, I'm 3-1 up. Whole different game altogether. You know, but yeah, fair play to him. He deserved it. But I did, you're right, I did play well over those 2 weeks, you know, coming out of Group C, like.
I remember last time you were here, you said you didn't know where your game was, but so moving on a couple of months, where is the John O'Shea game right now?
Yeah, it's still the same, you know. Like I spoke to you earlier, you know, it's all about the dart is perfect. You know, it's just getting that little bit more consistency, that the extra few percentages on the game, just to get those 88, 89 averages up to 94, 95 where you're competing, you know. And I think I can do that, you know, because I've seen myself do it at home, but at home is completely different. But I just need to bring it to the fore, like, you know. When
you look around the practice room in this Group A, do you think your experience could be the difference in this group?
Look, all these boys can play, like, they're here for a reason, you know. I mean, there's a lot of good quality dart players in here today, like, you know. And look, I'll just take it in my stride. I'll take every game as it comes. I will take nobody for granted. I never have and I never will. There's no point in starting now, but they're here because they can play darts.
John, wish you all the very best in Group A and good luck, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
And we're going to watch John O'Shea in action against Harry Ward in the first game of the morning session. Well, two players who, well, their darting journey's a little bit different right now. O'Shea, very much his determination is to get back on tour at the beginning of 2025, having lost his tour card at the beginning of the year. As for Harry Ward, well, darts is something bit more of a hobby and a passion than maybe something a little bit more full-time. He packed up his tour card a few years ago, took a bit of time out from the game, whilst John O'Shea still has ambitions to be right at the very top of the sport. Former World Masters champion, that back all the way in 2019, 5 years ago now, up against Ward, now 26 years of age, but even at that age, he has had so much go on in his career. Former Pro Tour winner. And you get the sense that if he can provide anything near his best, he will find that elusive weekly win. But it's O'Shea who's going to throw the first dart of the week, and he'll have big expectations to be thrown the last dart of the week.
96. Yes, and so he should. As you just very well explained, Henry, a very capable player. But like I said, in recent weeks and possibly months, it's been a bit of a struggle for him. But as we know with dart players, they can bounce back quickly. They have that bounce back ability.
140.
And he's more than aware that, you know, his form just comes and goes, and you just got to ride with the punches. Harry Ward, as we know, a very, very capable player.
Well, I was going to say to you, is Harry the type of player, because he hasn't played anything since November time, will he need a bit of time to get going? Well, the evidence of the early exchanges is maybe not.
Well, this is a hell of a start from both.
We'll have a bit more of this, lads.
140, John Lucar, 132.
Harry Ward, of course, a Players' Championship winner. Another one of those. Ooh. Yeah, back in 2019. Made the World Series of Darts finals.
82. How do you count 80?
World Championships back in 2020 and decided it wasn't for him.
Well, that 11 dart start is most certainly for him. It's a breaker throw for Ward, and that was with O'Shea back on 50, who probably would have gone for the bull himself. So, Ward 1-0 to the good. Not a bad start.
$55. $60. $81.
A slightly steadier start to what was an explosive opening to the match. Incredibly, these two haven't played each other in sort of around at similar times.
57.
They kind of passed a little bit, didn't they? Like
yes.
6 in the night, because Harry kind of lost his sort of handed in his tour card around the time O'Shea got onto the circuit and Harry was doing his bits
24.
on the PDC tour. John O'Shea was winning World Masters, etc.
$140.
Yes, forced to hand over that beautiful trophy, wasn't he? That ended up then
93.
not staying within the WDF system.
Well, I think the question everybody's asking is, where is the future of the World Masters lying?
123.
It's a fantastic tournament, steeped with history. And I think we're all hoping that it's a tournament that returns to the calendar very, very soon, because it's a very
60.
prestigious trophy,
How do
which
you
I think
count
gives it a
45?
lot.
Should return to the calendar and return to the capital, in my opinion. Was the oldest tournament left,
13.
wasn't it?
John O'Carr 124.
Dating back to the very early 70s.
54. Harry O'Carr 32.
For 2-zip.
Can he nudge it across? Now he's got not a lot of the bed to look at. Has to shuffle across. He's got a little bit towards the bottom corner
No
to
score.
find, and
John O'Carr 70.
grazed the wire there.
Yeah, they're the kind of shots that you get found out on if you're not putting the hours in. But the fact that he managed to almost make that adjustment and put 3 down the
50.
wire and then move tells
Harry
me
O'Carr
that
32.
Harry's been playing a fair bit of darts, maybe just locally or playing league stuff or just ticking over.
Game
See,
shot on the
that
second
kind of
leg.
dart.
Harry Ward.
Comes with practice.
Do you think it's a case of as well,
But
because
like John
Harry
was
isn't
first,
playing as
game
much,
on.
so when he does get a call-up or an invite to a tournament like this, actually you can just focus on one event, so you know when you need to practice for, and you can
96.
hammer home, and maybe you can actually be better as a result of that.
Yeah, totally agree. When you've got a goal and something to focus on,
60.
that's what gets you on the board. It's something that I totally struggle with because there's no end game for me. That I don't know when I'm going to play, so
43.
why would I bother spending hours on the board? And when the players have something, and very much like the World Championships, which is why I think that often produces the best darts, because you know what day you're playing on. You've got
83.
a month, 6 weeks to prepare, and you leave no stone unturned.
58.
Well, from the rip-roaring start, we've kind of plateaued to a base of in and around the mid-80s for Harry.
140.
But he will be more than happy with this start. And to be honest, the only reason why it's put around that level is because of those missed darts in the
100.
previous leg at double 16. The scoring, 2 ton pluses, 3 140s and 1 max up to press.
I think that's why we're very cautious at the top of the show in
140.
picking a winner, because it is very much unknown with the players coming in and where is their form right now. We have had a
94.
bit of a
Harry
form
O'Carr,
line on some of the
78.
players playing on the Challenge Tour. Outside of that, it was a tough call, but very impressed with Harry Ward at the moment.
38.
This is match 1.
John O'Carr,
And more often than
110.
not, the opening 3 ties, people just trying to find their feet. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
third
finish.
leg. John O'Shea.
Well, that's the first ton topper of the week. Don't expect it to be the last. O'Shea needed something like that just to
Fourth
get on the
leg
board,
added to the
because
first. Game on.
Ward was waiting on tops to move 3-0 up with a double break.
$134.
I remember the week that you won
81.
and you tried to divert the pressure onto everybody else because you felt in your mind that, well, you were just a commentator. If I win, it's great. If not, I've got nothing to lose. Do you think Harry's got a similar air this week?
Yeah,
Well,
and I
140.
think that's a healthy mentality, because it just doesn't load you with pressure. And again, this sport is all about playing
43.
with as much freedom as possible, because if there's any tension in the arm, if you overgrip the dart, it can just all go wrong. So you sort of create a
100.
negative to almost force a positive. Oh, 127 in game.
Who's reffing?
42. Out of your car, 127.
The legend.
The Hinks. 127.
10. Oh, 18
95.
to 32.
And set up.
And he's right to do it. We wanted him to go for the ball for selfish reasons.
140. Out of your car, 32.
However, he has had a couple of problems on double 16 so far. Up for double 8. 2 fours.
24.
2 from 12 on the doubles, but you get the sense that might be the one here where the rustiness has come into play. But such has been his scoring prowess in this game. He's
133. Out of your car, 8.
being afforded opportunities. Down for double 2. And now things
4.
get interesting because O'Shea
John, your car, 62.
needs himself 62 to bring it back to 2-2. And Ward will feel like he should be off the stage right now, 4-0 victor.
Tops.
22.
That would have been a
Out of your
steal
car,
and would have
4.
got him right back in this tie.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
As it stands, advantage Ward, a massive advantage. 3-1 in a race to 4.
5th leg, John to throw
Pressure
first.
all on
Game
O'Shea. O'Shea, another one of those players that we've seen this year that qualified for the Worlds but didn't retain their card. That always baffles me.
100.
Like if you're good enough over that period to get in the Worlds, but you're not good enough to hold on to a tour card.
Because it's quite ironic because pundits like yourself often
100.
say, well, the must for a player is make sure you qualify for Meijden and you qualify for the World Championships. And
The two at the end of the year, because
119.
they're both massive in terms of ranking.
Well, in his last year of his tour
134.
card, out of 13 European tour events, he only qualified for 2. Didn't play at last year's
58.
Players' Championship finals in Meijden. Qualified in 2022, didn't play in 2023. And a matter of fact, when it came to the European tour, he's never made it past the last 48,
59.
the first round of an event.
$140.
Well, this to pull one back and to force Ward to serve it out.
Yeah, his problem, though, it's only on throw. He needs to
82.
produce
John Ricard, 84.
a leg of this quality on the Ward throw. Double 12.
60. Out of your car,
Not to be, and
126.
this would be some way to see it out. Another. Oh, yes. Double 6 for the match. And that would have been some way to have sealed the
John
job.
Ricard, 24.
As it
Each on
is,
the fifth leg. John O'Shea.
he was 12 points away. He's now 501 points away.
Six leg hurry to through
However,
first.
he does
Game
have
on.
the insurance policy of the fact that he has the throw in this leg. But loses this, things get a little bit sticky for Big H.
93. $57. $134.
Super cover shooting. Barry Ward. He looks in good nick, doesn't he? This is game 1.
140.
He is going to go very close this week, in my opinion, just on the basis of what we've seen so far.
And we were kind of saying this morning, we thought he was going to grow as the week goes along. Well, if this is just the
140.
base layer, then goodness gracious, what we're going to see as the week goes on. I think my only worry would, this sounds so ironic, as if Harry Winsgroup playing has a couple of days off. I feel like he could be a
134.
player if he plays the 5 days, grows in the week. But this, the first acorn of which to grow. And he could finish it off for a 1-3-4. And he just grazes the wire, the double 16.
Yeah, missed double 6 for the 1-2-6 to win the match. Now misses double 16 on the back of 1-3-4.
60.
But
How do
it
you
should
count
be
16?
all over.
How many times has he left a double after 12 in this match? He has had some fallibility on the outer ring.
No score.
And it
Johnny
continues
Carr,
there.
144.
Well, I was in my notes. I was just writing 4-2.
You may still be able to because O'Shea can't pin the 1-4-4. Ward will come back for double 8 to
54.
complete the
How do you
job. He'll be
count
more than
16?
happy with the scoring facets of his game. The doubling will need some improvement. But double 4 would have
8.
seen the opening win on the board, and
Johnny
O'Shea
Carr,
comes back
90.
for another chance.
Yeah, now 3 from 24. 21 darts missed at a double, and he's still averaging 87.5. Bull.
65. How do you count
Can't
8?
afford to spurn another one. 3 from 24 now on the finish. There's 21 darts, a double in this match. But it's a
James
match that's in
Short
his
on the mark.
leisure.
Harry Ward.
Harry Ward, the first winner of the week. He gets the better of the former world master, John O'Shea, by 4 legs to 2. Scoring-wise, Big H was brilliant. But when it came to the finishing, there is work to do. So that's the tail of the tape. Harry Ward with an 86.88 average outscored John O'Shea to a large degree. O'Shea picking up a couple of legs but couldn't pick up the win. So coming up next, Harry Gregory up against James Richardson is our second game of the session. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Harry Ward got the week up and running with his first victory, 86.88, the average of 4-2 success against John O'Shea. Next up for us, we're going to see Harry Gregory, the Hawk, in action up against James Richardson. And first things first, it's a case of specs for Richardson this time around, who has got the ruthless Vindaloo. I was awoken this morning with a message at about 6:30 about the fact that he's got a Vindaloo on the go. But about Harry Gregory, the 18-year-old from Manchester, former World Youth finalist in the JDC, very much an up-and-coming prospect. Richardson now a product of the World Seniors Circuit, now at the age of 50, able to qualify for that. Made the last 16 of the PDC World Championship back in 2018. And talking about the World Seniors. And talking about legends, we've got Paul Hinks, chief referee of the World Seniors and all-round legend
First leg, Harry, to
of
throw
the sport,
first.
taking charge of proceedings
on.
all week long. Gregory with the opening darts of this game. He's a player that we've seen here
97.
on a couple of occasions, and we've seen glimpses of his best form. He's a player very much improving as time goes along. And actually, I feel like the Super Series for a player like him is a bit of a vehicle because we're going to watch him develop in front of our eyes.
Yes, and
81.
loving the nickname, of course, my passion of boxing. Two great fighters were nicknamed the Hawk.
60.
Aaron Pryor and Julian Jackson. The latter name, for
140.
fight fans, may be familiar because he was the one that knocked out Harold Graham, who looked nailed on to lift a world title, only to
100.
be knocked out on his feet at the end of the day, or our show. Just YouTube
99.
is one of the great knockouts. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't, but I heard it's all about KSI and Logan Paul, isn't it?
100.
Oh, dear.
How do you count 84?
Well, to continue the trend of good legs today, double 12 for 14
Game
darts to
shot on the
start for
first
Harry
leg.
Gregory.
Harry Gregory.
We've had a good start to the day here.
Yeah, the players look more than up for it, don't they?
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
I think before a dart was thrown, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, I think Harry was the one we were looking at and thinking he's the one who's just going to have to bring himself up a little bit to be at the level attainable to
140.
win the group. We know he's got a high ceiling, but he's showing it on that consistent basis over 15 games.
92.
Yeah, I was watching him warming up and going through a few practice routines this morning, and he did look very, very comfortable.
60.
And the story of this series has been either big favourites romp home to
59.
win the week, or somebody just comes through the periphery and the outside.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very level
41.
playing field this week. You know, there's some that you would expect more from, but I was surprised to see them install John O'Shea as favourite for a week like this.
44.
Listen, you could have put the vast majority of them at 17-2 and be nothing between them.
100.
However, do you think it's because of the fact that he's made a final here this year, he's made a semi-final of a Champions League, the recent form here suggests that possibly that's why they put him
136.
favourite?
James Ricard, 160.
Yeah, possibly, but I'm looking at the sample since then, which I've got a big enough sample from, and that average
65.
of what did he have?
170.
83.62. That's sort of where his game's been in recent times. And like I said, there's nothing saying that he
96.
can't,
James Ricard, 95.
switch that and start averaging mid-90s. That's how fickle the sport is. Another one of those.
57. How do you count 74?
Well, this is for the break and a 2-0 lead. Double 10. Thought it'd be another pop.
Game shot on the second
Well, this is a
leg.
really
Harry
good start for
Gregory.
Harry Gregory, averaging 93-94 so far. 2-0 to the good against James
Third leg, Ali,
Richardson.
to
The
throw
Hawk
first.
has come out,
Game
the
on.
traps flying.
$92.
Well, the Hawk is
60.
looking to land the knockout punch this week.
$60.
And the gloves will be off. As for James, big Ipswich Town supporter.
95.
Doing well in the Championship, aren't they? Top of the league.
Yep. Kevin Painter and Keith Deller will be very happy.
140.
Yep, them, Leeds and Leicester all locked in a race for promotion to the Premier League, although no one really wants to win promotion to the Premier League, it looks like, based on recent results. None of them have won a game
86.
for the last week.
Was a bizarre weekend of results in the football. Not so in the darts, British internationals. England, a clean sweep. Congratulations to them. And
177.
obviously, friend of the Super Series, Scott Mitchell was the men's captain, and Dieter Hedman the ladies' captain.
80. On your car, 32.
Double 16 for Gregory for 3-0. This would be for 13 data. Has to move across because both are laid low. But good fun with the last 3-0.
Beautiful
Gregory.
dart. Beautiful dart. Congratulations to Martin Schindler as well.
Perfect, James.
Reset the weekend, winning the European Tour, defeating Gerwin Price in the final, who was outstanding at times over the weekend.
Yeah.
Seniors darts as well. Ross Montgomery and Derek Coulson. Congratulations to those two, picking up tour titles.
Yeah, I hope we see Derek Coulson here in Series 8 because
Yes.
we saw some good stuff from him and just was placed in a real hard group.
180.
Hang about. What sort of things happening here?
140.
Harry Gregory here is averaging in excess of 103. Richardson, 92.94, and he's had one dart at a double.
45.
Good standard.
$96. James Ricard, 136.
Well, this is to keep him in the game because the way Gregory's playing, you expect him to take the 85 out, and he's going to get a go at it.
41.
No real pressure.
85.
16 and ball. Oh, double 9 bonus.
And a brilliant
Game,
opening
shot,
win,
and a
and the
match.
Hawk
Harry
is
Gregory.
up and running. He flies out the traps. A 4-0 win against James Richardson with an average in excess of 101, just under 102 in the end. James Richardson looks bemused, and I can understand why, because he's averaged 87.39 and he's only had a dart at a double. Harry Gregory, 4 out of 7 on the finishing. His 2 double finishes. The top pots were on point. 4 from 7, 101.9 the average. A 4-0 victory for him. Coming up after the break, Gilbert van der Meijden up against Lee Cox. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Harry Gregory set the standard alight. A 4-0 win against James Richardson of an average of 101.9. 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. The Hawk flying out the traps. Next up for us, Lee Cox up against Gilbert van der Meijden. It's our third game of the morning session. Should be an intriguing one. Lee Cox, who is banging form at the minute, having won his first Challenge Tour event, and we know the storyline with Lee by now. He's tried so desperately hard to make it to a Saturday night here. He did it in Series 1, but he's still waiting for that elusive second appearance. Gilbert van der Meijden, ADC Benelux Masters champion back in 2023. That was the first major in the ADC European circuit, up against Lee Cox, age 40 from Crawley, former Challenge Tour winner.
First
Is
leg,
Crafty
Gilbert to throw
Coxie.
first.
And I just think
Game
for him
on.
more than anything else, that Challenge Tour winners helped him out so much, because I feel like the one person maybe doubted his ability at
16.
times was himself.
Yeah, it just gives you confirmation, and that's all you need sometimes is just that, and the confidence
59.
it gives you just knowing that, right, I can do this. Also, before I forget or we get any abuse, there was a
100.
WDF event this weekend as well in Iceland. Looking at some of the averages, I think they may have been playing in the volcano. Jeez.
140.
Also an event in
50.
Hungary.
Anyway, who was the geezer that won the event in Iceland?
I just lost interest,
37.
I'm afraid.
Well, to be fair, they are actually playing. It finishes today, the event. So it started
Yeah,
Saturday
bizarre, wasn't
today.
it?
Nephew Edgar lost in the quarterfinal of the men's competition. Goodness me, some of the names in there he's had to play. That you could get some letters on a Scrabble board for that.
Tell you what, you could break records.
Pure Horber Gudjonsson, Jon Udder Hajmaltisson, and Christian Mar Hafsteinson.
I'm glad you did that, mate.
130.
Someone also asked you a question. Welcome along to everybody in the YouTube chat room.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this.
I hope you all had a very good weekend and you're all in a
136. Leo Carl,
happy mood.
129.
Remember, only gamble what you can afford to lose, because that's what's going to happen, and then don't cry about it. But someone did ask,
97.
when is Wesley
Gilbert Carl,
Harms back,
32.
Henry? Do you have some kind of
Game shown on the
association
first
with
leg.
Wesley?
Gilbert
Or?
van der Meijden.
Well, he qualified through the ADC European
Second leg leader through
region. I
first.
don't
Game
have
on.
any say in terms of invitations, and I don't really know lists too far in advance, so I couldn't speculate too much.
I thought you
on
had a
that.
bit of an influence in that department.
140.
There's only one influencers event, and that's on the 28th, Mace. I'll tell you what, let's have a
99.
look at the players from a side-on angle. We'll begin with Lee, who's got kind of a fluid action. As you can see, kind of only he grips it, doesn't he, with his thumb and his index finger. A couple of the fingers are kind of
140.
laid loose.
A bit too much acceleration
58.
in Gilbert's throw for me. If I had my overcritical head on, but yeah, it's very much like I always sort of try and describe
140.
Lee Cox's type of throw is almost like if you were throwing a knife. It's very much just held with the two fingers and it's just sort of flicked out there.
128. Leo Carl, 81.
Both effective, obviously. That's why they're here and I'm sat here. Beautiful.
Game shown on the second leg.
Well,
Leacock.
we did think that this Group A was going to be competitive.
Third leg,
I have
Gilbert
no
is
reason
first.
to
Game
change
on.
my mind whatsoever. That was a beautiful 11 dart leg from Lee Cox. 3 140s, 81 in 2.
Well, we're into
95.
the third leg now of Game 3, and we've had 2 11 darters. That's an indication of the standard.
140.
Funny enough, isn't it, when you turn up, Mace, everyone decides to
140.
play to their best of their ability.
No, I just don't do bad weeks, mate.
85.
Anyway, you can get in touch with Chris Mason on the chat room, I'm sure.
I wouldn't bother.
Well, after last time.
54.
It's funny, isn't it? How they absolutely hurl it out there, and when it was put back on them, they don't like it. Funny that. I think that sums
100.
up the world today, doesn't it?
Anyway, hi chat room fam.
58.
Niall Colleton. Hi, Niall. How are you, pal? Going to be great to see an Irish legend back on stage after his Series 6 ADC win to book his place.
38.
Oh, Connie Finian.
Gilbert Carl,
Wow, Connie
154.
Finian. I haven't seen him for years. Great to see that he's still playing and playing well.
Yeah, he won one of a number of ADC qualifying tournaments yesterday. We'll run through the all of that in the next
64.
leg. Cox
Carl,
looking for
138
138 here to break Van der Meijden here. It's not going to go, and so Gilbert should at least have a dart of the ball.
$122. Gilbert Carl 90.
Anthony says Lee Cox throws like Gerwin Price and throws Gerwin Price
43.
darts.
Gilbert Carl 16.
I sort of get where you're coming from.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Cox.
But Cox breaks 2-1.
Fourth leg leader through first.
Sounds
Game on.
painful. Well, they do very much look like Gerwin Price darts, so
123.
I'm going to say they are. I will confirm because I'll ask him.
They're an old set. Well, you may remember once upon a time
96.
that he played with a set of Chisnell's darts when he was playing in Southampton, has now moved along to a Gezi set. Anyway, as promised, we had
55.
ADC Vault qualifiers yesterday to play in Series 8, and some interesting names have come through that, some familiar names and some new names. David Mayle will make a debut in Series 8.
60.
A player who actually I'm looking forward to seeing, Barry Copeland,
Yeah.
World Masters finalist.
Yeah, no Barry.
Darren Barton, Carl Sneed will come back for another appearance. Paul Dawson will make a debut. Tommy Lishman, who,
77.
to be honest, probably would have got an invite on his own reputation, but will get the whole week.
Johnny Haynes.
Former Champions Week player.
Yeah. Jamie Owens.
96.
Bradley Coltman. Connie Finnan. Wow, I'm looking forward to that.
And the Scottish qualifier will take place this Saturday.
60.
And I know Stephen Johnston is going to be playing in that, and I think he'll take a bit of beating on the evidence of the way he played recently, although Greg Ritchie's in good form too.
140.
Van der Meijden here on the cusp of breaking back and to make it 2-2. He's left himself a 109.
Gemma says, hi
58.
Henry and Chris, good morning.
Gilbert Carl 109.
Gemma.
109 for Gilbert. Double 16 doesn't go.
77. Leo Carl
So
128.
Cox comes back for 128.
Should be 18s. Treble 20 ball.
Not to be, and so Van der Meijden
76.
double
Gilbert Carl
16 to
32.
square up at 2 apiece.
Game shot on the fourth
There we
leg.
are,
Gilbert Van der
2-2.
Meijden.
Another good game. 88.5 for Gilbert, the average 94.43 for Lee.
Fifth leg Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
And on the basis of Harry's performance in the last
140.
game, this is being made to look rather average. And it's good.
It is very good. Backs up.
140.
A 140 from Gilbert with one of his own.
Oh, this is proper, isn't it?
180.
Both players now averaging into the mid-90s.
42.
Well, Van der Meijden from 2-1 down. He's now on the brink of putting himself in front, and Lee Cox
Can't
cuts.
miss.
Not at all. Lee Cox is cutting a figure of frustration in the
145.
background, and so he should.
Oh, you mentioned the couple of 11s we've already had. Gilbert is on a 10.
83. Gilbert Carl 36.
Double 18. for a 10 darter and 3-2. We played 3 games, or on the cusp of completing 3 games today. We have seen 2 11 darters and a 10, and we are just getting started.
Yeah, didn't know too much about Gilbert, but
82.
I have to say, very impressed so far. Niall's back in June. Be great to see you again, Niall.
58.
Although I won't be here. I'm off to Poland and Denmark in June.
Hard month then.
Yeah.
140.
Yeah, looking forward to
100.
June from a personal perspective as well, because I'm looking forward to
Oh,
covering my first European Championship.
Yeah, football, isn't it?
And Copa America. Can't wait for Panama against Trinidad and
58.
Tobago at 3 in the morning.
$134.
Oh, in other darting news, the Prince of Wales
91.
Tuesday side, top of the league. Wednesday side, top of the league.
Sounds a bit like Portsmouth Football Club. Promotion potentially tomorrow.
57.
Point at home to
Newcastle
Barnsley.
League.
Line, haven't they? Wrexham got promoted as well. It was good to see. Who else got promoted on?
Stockport.
Yes. God, what a great story that is when you think that they're out of the football league, weren't they?
58.
11 years ago, they were losing in the
152.
Conference North at home to Blythe Spartans. They played Vauxhall Moors at home in a league game, and now they're going to be playing some big clubs. Cox back to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
45.
Yeah,
Newcastle
good luck
72.
listening or trying to get anything in Edgeways, because you'll hear that atmosphere from where you're staying tomorrow night at Fratton Park.
Are you going?
Oh, yes.
32. Go with the car 107.
Quiet night at the library, not. This to win, and to win in style. He's going to have 1 dart at double 18.
89.
Would have been some way to see it. So Cox to give us our first last leg decider of the day.
Almost deserves one, doesn't it?
Been a great contest. And it's going to get its
Inch on the
decider.
sixth leg.
3-3, and
Cox.
Gilbert will have the darts.
7th and final leg. Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
When you walked in the door this morning and we were having a little bit of a chat, you had a real big smile on your face and you said, this is going to be
58.
good. And so far, it has been so good.
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, Henry.
81.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Correct. Oh, what a response after missing a match dart. Bounce back really well in this deciding leg.
60.
Someone asks here, why is Barney struggling on
43.
Euro Tour? I don't know. Recently won a Pro Tour, didn't he? So you think he'd be full of confidence. Here's one from... Oh,
180.
never a bad time, but he desperately needed a max. Thomas Thorpe asks... I should read these first before I start reading them out, but I don't really care. Hi, chaps. Love watching the Modus. Can you explain how the
100.
players for each week are decided and how it's decided who goes into each group? Is it just based on player schedules or is it seeded? Go on, Henry.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it in the next game because it's quite a long
60.
answer.
Yeah, I was going to
Go
say,
with
if
the
you
car
can get that out in
120.
30 seconds, good luck.
Well, this for the match. Treble. Single. Double
shot in the
to
mouth.
climb
Gilbert
the ladder to
Van der Meijden.
success, and Gilbert Van der Meijden gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 3. He can't quite believe what's happened there, but Gilbert Van der Meijden with a win and a great performance as well. It was another top quality encounter. 94.88 the average, 120 high out, 4 from 6 on the doubles, a 4-3 win for him. We're taking a short break. Harry Ward and Harry Gregory is coming up on the other side. What a start to proceedings here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Gilbert van der Meijden get the better of Lee Cox in a last leg decider, 4-3. That rounds off the first round worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We kick off round 2 with 2 comprehensive winners from round 1, Harry Ward and Harry Gregory. Gregory, who got his PB average across any competition recorded last time out, 101.9 and a 4-0 win against James Richardson. Harry, in terms of scoring stakes, was superb, but he knows that the doubling is going to have to improve in this one.
Yeah, this should be a very, very tidy game. Both very impressive. Well, our opening 3 fixtures, Henry, the mean average across all those games is just shy of 91.
Which is very, very good indeed.
60. $86. $120.
Who would you have had as favourite before the off in this one on the basis of the first game?
On experience, probably Ward. He is the before the off. That's beautiful. Before the off, he was the 4-9 favourite. Harry Gregory was 13-8, and that's a bit mean, but I get why they've gone that way. There's a
95.
It's night and day in terms of experience and achievements.
2 8s.
16.
Don't go. He has not had any joy on the southwest
164.
region of the board. And the 164 would have been a real sucker punch. And actually, if you look at the way this game's played on paper in terms of the first match, Gregory's best suit was the finishing. Ward's struggles was on the doubles. And now he moves across to double 4 again, but he finds it with the last dart to move 1-0 in front.
Right, Henry. Explain how people qualify for the Super Series and why some play Group A, some B, some C.
Well,
good luck.
Cheers, mate. So, basically what happens is at the...
And I've got another really great question for you after this one.
You enjoy this chat room lot, don't you?
134.
Well, basically, 3 players in a Group A, not this week, unfortunately, but most weeks you'll have 3 players in Group A who would have qualified through the ADC, and so through that they get the invitation for a full week. You'll also have a player who comes through another ADC route who'll get a Thursday and Friday stint, usually in C. And then the other players,
44.
they're invited based on previous experiences here. So if they won a week, they'll get the whole week by and large, unless they're unavailable to play the whole week. Players who've won Challenge
65.
Tour events, say for example, World Seniors events on the WDF ADC circuit. So players who have done tangible stuff will get Group A, and then Group B will be for players that have either
58.
done stuff well on tour, but maybe
156.
we think maybe be better suited towards the B environment, or players who want to give another chance.
They've won their right for the week, but because of work, because the vast majority, well, pretty much all the players here are part-time players. I mean, most work, so it's not easy getting time off. Ooh.
135.
That will do. Both on 130.
130.
Players on 130 after 12. Gregory first poke. And he's not going to get a poke at the ball. What can Ward do from here?
90.
And then, of course, with our overseas players, if they're over competing in other events, we try to accommodate that. Ooh.
91. How do you count 40?
And also, in the case of players who are playing overseas, they by and large would have won stuff, and so by virtue of winning stuff on their tours, they would have justified their invitation.
Correct.
How do you count 39?
Or, like you said, have qualified via the ADC and then done so well on their week that they get an invite back. But nobody gets more than either a full week or one more Group B
37.
or a
How do you
Group
cast
C
10?
in an entire 12-week series.
And those roles are becoming lesser and lesser as time goes along.
Correct.
To be honest, by and large, the only time players
6.
may get a
How do
second
you
invite
cast
is if
2?
a player pulls out and they're available
No
to be a
score. How do you
replacement.
cast
But this,
4?
well, this has gone a little bit from the sublime to the ridiculous. Two twos.
Game show
Bound to level up at 1-1.
Gregory.
And Carp Chasing Charlie probably thought we wouldn't answer this one, so just because we will. I mean, if we're on hot topics, what's your guys' opinion on Noah Lynn and everything going on with the controversy?
100.
Well, I don't think there is any controversy because Noah won a challenge tour, right?
180.
That's open. That's it. And there's no, listen, this was always going to happen. I'm going to be doing a
134.
follow-up interview, but I did something with Phil Bars for Online Darts ages ago when this first came about. And everybody was,
95.
oh, great, yeah, why does it matter? Well, of course, at that time, Noah looked like she wasn't going to do anything at that level. Well, now the tables have turned and she's winning tournaments. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. Bit late. That's the problem, being woke.
I think the important thing when it comes to topics like this is that the governing bodies that are involved in this sport, the PDC, the WGF, the ADC, there's specific guidelines that are followed out by the IOC and other such sporting bodies. And I think it's important for the sake of all
60.
individuals
How do you count
involved that
86?
our governing bodies have a responsibility to adhere to what those... Oh, beautiful. From Harry Gregory, bullseye to breaking 12, 86 out. But I think it's so important that our governing bodies in our sport take all the advice from all sides of the argument, take advice from the IOC and other governing bodies so that whatever the consensus is, it's done with the best advice and the best thing on board. Now, as a sport, we pride
95.
ourselves on opportunities for all.
And ultimately, if you've got a problem with it, take it up with
92.
those who make the decision. Don't take it up with the person playing, because the amount of unwarranted abuse, and it's a personal attack, it's disgusting.
85.
Absolutely disgusting. And most of it coming from grown men. I mean, well, there you go. I hope that answers your question anyway. Personally, I don't
96.
really care. Good luck to her. Crack on.
$96.
Oh, someone here called Patrick Poppington. Isn't it great to hear Henry on commentary? He is the GOAT. Oh, wait, is that your burner account, Henry?
Nice to see Patrick pop up again.
100. How do you count 153?
153 for Gregory for a 3-1 lead. Does it go? And so Ward, chance to bring it back to a level game.
87. How do you count 125?
Someone asking here, I've got a question. Will Modus ever take vacation? Or will there be Modus darts every week of the year? We do have a break. We have a Christmas break, and we have a break from the norm after every
65.
series where
How do
we
you
play
count
a
66?
special week. Has it been announced our next special week?
All will be revealed. Well, it's half the score here, Harry. Double 16 for a 3-1 lead.
Game
In it
show
goes.
four flag.
He's
Harry
looking
Gregory.
good, isn't he, Harry Gregory? Okay, you had a couple of problems on the doubles early on, but
Fifth flag, Harry Ward to
he's
serve
building up
first.
ahead of
Game
steam.
on.
Yeah, it's Harry with double trouble. He's 1 from 11.
Well, so far today, he has missed
58.
31 darts at a double. That is in a game and a half. Well, it could be 2 games, but the way Harry's playing now.
135.
Looking to put the hammer home on Big H.
48. 100.
He's made the first 2 games here, Gregory, look kind of routine. And when you think of the players that he's playing,
42.
James Richardson and Harry Ward, who've got big CVs and reputations here at the Super Series.
Yeah, vastly more experienced at every level. I say, look, I was watching him practice for 10, 15 minutes
41.
this morning. He looked very comfortable. So I sort of understood, like I said at the start of the match, I understood why they made Harry such a warm favourite, but he's sort of fallen off a cliff
85.
here. And that's mainly been caused by the double trouble. But you can't take away the fact that Gregory's scoring has been there. And finishing to match.
140.
Well, he's left 85 after 12. He actually won his last game for an 85 out against James Richardson to wrap up the 4-0 win. He's got 85 again to seal a 4-1 success against Harry Ward. Been some start for the Hawk, who looks to swoop in for another victory. And if he can pin tops, he will be 2
Game
from
shot
2
on
to
Harry
start the
Gregory.
day. Harry Gregory with a 4-1 success against Harry Ward, doubling up his points total and his points tally, getting the better of Big H by a big scoreline. That the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to watch Lee Cox in action up against John O'Shea. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this the Modus Super Series. For the break, Harry Gregory won the Battle of the Harrys against Big H. Harry Ward by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 88 to the protest, 4 from 10 when it came to the doubling. Next up for us then, John O'Shea up against Lee Cox, 2 players who lost their first match of the session. O'Shea going down 4-2 to Ward, whilst Cox lost out to Van der Meijden in a last leg decider. What to expect from the pair in the second round of games, mates? Because there's a lot of signs from Lee Cox in the opening game, which, if he can attain that level for the course of the week, he's going to do some damage.
Yeah, averaged over 90. Was 3 out of 5 on the doubles. Hit a 180. And what
First
was
leg leader
favourite for
through
that
first.
game? Gilbert was even money, and he averaged
Game on.
94.88. So John O'Shea, who averaged 83.62, where in the last month or so, that's sort of where his numbers have been. And this is why this is the perfect platform for someone like John O'Shea. He's got a week of darts. He knows he's guaranteed 5 days of darts, and that's the time when, if you are going to
96.
experiment and try a few different things, do it here. And he may turn things around. Right, another question. Well, not a question really, more of an observation. Schindler looked impressive in front of the home crowd.
59.
Does having support like that make a big difference? Yeah, well, obviously, because the type of, I mean, if it was just
44.
like a crowd where they were just supporting their player, obviously that gives you a massive boost and gives you confidence and makes you, in football they call it the 12th man, in darts I sort of
95.
refer to it as the 4th dart. But yeah, but when you've got a crowd that big all
60.
whistling when your opponent's going at a double, which obviously is going to put any player off. And I think Gezi was right. If that final would have been played in Wales, he'd have won it. So yeah, it does make a
60.
big difference.
What do the sport need to do to try and stamp out? Is there a simple enough solution, or is it just
Yeah.
easier said than done?
Yeah, it's quite simple. But you put
140.
security spotters in the crowd that look like punters. They pick them out. Security come over and start throwing them out. What, you're going to throw out 20 or 30 before they all go, right, okay.
140. John McGowan, 160.
There's no point doing it because your night's ruined. You know, you don't want to stop them having fun and being part of the occasion. But
86.
when
Well, you can't-
when
87.
results of matches are not influenced by the players themselves, that's when you've got a problem in that sport. They wouldn't tolerate it in golf. They wouldn't tolerate it in snooker. Why are dart players expected to tolerate that? Me
47.
personally, I
John
want to
McGowan,
watch.
75.
I sit there and want to watch darts being played at the highest level, with the players being allowed to play it to the best of their ability.
Getting shot in the first leg. John O'Shea.
Well, O'Shea breaks in the first 18 darter to get himself up and running in
Second
this
leg, John
contest.
Rizzo first. Game on.
Exciting news that Darren Barton has qualified for the Super Series yesterday. A good friend, wish him all the best.
42.
Yeah, sure he'll have a great time.
Yep, it'll be here in Series 8, which will begin on the 3rd of June after our
140.
second specials week. And keep across our socials to find out more information about that. Whilst you're on our socials, you can
140.
keep up to date with the latest developments of our influencer event. You're looking forward to it, mate, aren't you?
Yeah,
60.
can't wait.
We're going to use that in the promotional video, by the way.
59.
28th of April. Don't bother getting tickets. It's sold out.
It is sold out.
100. 100.
Well, O'Shea hoping to move into a 2-0 lead, but Cox is in a position here where he can try and accrue the break back.
100.
Good find with the last, leave himself on 101.
160.
The 160 isn't going to be scared. And so
60.
Cox here looking for the
William
quintessential red pen
101.
leg.
Yep.
89.
Good effort.
John McCall, 100.
For a ton on the nose. Tops. Now double 10.
80.
Well, that
William
last
Carr,
one was
12.
wild, and it gives Cox another go at double 6. And
Games
in
on
it
the second
goes,
leg.
and Cox
Leacock.
levels up 1-1.
Third leg leader through first. Game on. 95.
Try and put me in the mindset of someone like Lee, who's been here so many times and he's come so close on so many occasions, and it's felt like he's been knocked out of the qualifying so many different ways. When you come back for another go,
140.
do you almost come into the venue not thinking about what you could achieve in a positive sense, or a case of this time I have to do it?
81.
I think it depends on the on the makeup of the player. You know, some players will be coming into this week
96.
thinking that they're going to win it. Other players will be using it as a rebuilding process. Some will be using it just as experience, and
60.
everything's a bonus sort of attitude. Well, we've covered plenty of other sports. Also, congratulations, not that you'll be listening, but Scotty Scheffler won the Masters for a second time, going all Paul
85.
Nicholson.
We'll be bringing up the Simpsons in the next leg. Yeah, I watched that last night.
I fell asleep. I did want to watch it. But
133.
Picking up the green jacket for the second time.
got a green jacket in darts.
140,
Johnny
Leo
Clayton won the
32.
first one, didn't he?
Austrian Darts Championship.
Ooh.
On the greatest tour in professional sport. I heard Patrick Poppington's a fan of the Euro Tour.
Yes, he's on the chat
96.
today.
John Lucar 40.
Tots Rocher for the
He's
break
on the
and a
third
2-1
leg.
lead. The
Rocher.
13 darter as well.
Oh, this is better from O'Shea.
Fourth leg John to through first. Game on.
Yet again, though, Lee Cox
97.
approaching 90. O'Shea, 91.15. It's a big improvement, nearly a 10-point improvement. Is that another one on the floor?
80.
Well, it's the two treble visits where O'Shea is making hay whilst the sun shines. A couple more then compared to Cox.
48.
But he's just looked more likely as well, hasn't he, John, in this match?
100.
Great question here. Would Chris fight on Misfits Boxing if offered 100k? And if so, who would he call out?
I think I'm a little bit too old for that.
54.
Leave OAP boxing to Mike Tyson. He's fighting that Jake Paul. Yeah.
On
Jake
Netflix.
Paul. Is it?
140. 140. John Lucar 132.
132.
Here's a myth. Someone saying you wouldn't have the crowds without the drink and heckling, etc. Well, maybe you want to look back to maybe the 1970s in the news of the world.
126.
There you go.
Lucar
You must be a
127.
newbie and think that's the norm.
So O'Shea's going to come down to the bottom of the board. Double free for a 3-1 lead.
87. John Lucar 6.
In it goes 3-1 O'Shea. And Lee Cox shakes his head in the background. He must be thinking, it's a case of here we go again.
Game on.
Patrick, our friend. Chris, what's it like? Oh, hang on a minute. Chris, what's it like being sat with Henry the Goat? Is it an
96.
intimidating experience? No. He's a fully trained professional. Went to uni and everything.
57.
Proper trained broadcaster. Always gives me plenty of advice.
28.
Mind you, can you write that somewhere just so I can use it when I ask for a pay rise?
100.
O'Shea looking to close in. It's been a cagey fifth leg up to press.
81. 119.
But O'Shea looking to make the move, looking to unlock the key.
$125.
Needed that last one.
Absolutely. He's in a world of trouble right now.
43.
Well, from a position of authority, O'Shea has now let Lee have 6 to take out the 5th leg, bring it back to 3-2. John does have the insurance policy of
65.
having the throw in the next to see the job through.
$91. With your car, 106.
106 to save the match. Well, still an opportunity. If he found the treble 16, he could have had a poke at the pool. O'Shea 91 for a 4-1 win.
Car 91.
There's only 4 left. Treble 14 leaves double 16.
59.
And that's a
With your
match
car,
dart that's come and gone
68.
for O'Shea.
This is super recovery dart.
Talking about the powers of recovery, the bullseye doesn't go.
34.
O'Shea, 3 more
car,
for the match.
32.
And it's a
He's showing
4-1
the match,
win
John
for O'Shea. Lee Cox shakes his head. He's a disappointed man. 2 games, 2 defeats, whilst John O'Shea manages to recover to that opening loss against Harry Ward. 4-1 the victor, 88.75 the average, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. The Joker is on the board. Coming up next, James Richardson and Gilbert van der Meijden. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. So John O'Shea got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1, averaging 88.75, 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing in that particular match and in that particular victory. Right, next up for us, Gilbert van der Meijden and James Richardson. It's our final match in the second round's worth of fixtures here in Portsmouth. As far as the first round went for the pair, Gilbert with a very good performance in a 4-3 success against Lee Cox, averaged just under 95 as 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Richardson,
First
well,
leg,
he was
James
just
to throw
blown
first.
away by Harry Gregory. He averaged 87.39. That was basically a scoring average because he only had one dart at a double in that particular encounter. But what's game 2 going to
100.
bring for the pair?
The comment
180.
about darts back in the day and darts now. He says, I'm not a newbie. I arrange exhibitions. Arna, look at the players at the News of the World Champs in the
134.
70s. They were a plaster. There was also no money then. And he goes, P.S. No drink allowed at the
96.
darts event. It's never going. Who mentioned no drink? It's everybody goes to enjoy themselves and have a bit of a party. But influencing
81.
the result because you're putting another player off. Surely sport should be down to your ability,
97.
not an outside influence.
Do you reckon it happened in a game between Robert Rickwood and Cameron Crabtree?
Very good effort.
100. Gilbert car 128.
1-2-8 for Van der Meijden to get the opening leg break. Triple 20 in the bull. The bullseye.
85.
Here's a good one.
James car 86.
Who would you have as your favourites for the World Cup of Darts? I think, is it Humphreys and Smith, isn't it? Are they?
Could be Aspinall potentially as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course it could, yeah.
46. Gilbert car 43.
Just been confirmed. It is Smith and Humphreys. Smith and Humphreys for me.
2-16s for Gilbert.
11.
Doesn't go, and so
James
Richardson
O'Connor,
returns to
40.
tops to take out the first leg.
Getting shot on
And
the
it
first
goes
leg.
1-0
James
Richardson. Richardson, who is wearing a
Second leg,
shirt
Gilbert
which
to
is
throw
associated
first.
with
Game
his
on.
local club, which has been bought by investors who want to build flats on it, and everybody in around that local
83.
community are trying to chip in as best they can to try and save it as a venue.
What team's that?
The Bandits from the
100.
Windmill Club from nearby where
yeah.
he's from.
Yeah.
134.
You're the winner of that one, Patrick. Already on a Monday.
60. $44.
Although Michael Smith, when you go back to the Order of Merit, could at the end of the year, because he's defending over £800,000 worth of prize money, could dip to number 19 in the
82.
world.
Yeah, well, which I don't think will happen, but yeah, imagine if you had a bit of a disastrous 8 months or so.
Well, you saw Peter Wright,
81.
Yeah.
first round exit of the World Championships, then the rest is history. Well,
Back to the World Cup of Darts. Well,
99.
you can't write off the chances of Wales either, because I think that's all about the dynamic of the pairings, and we're yet to know
59. James O'Connor 160.
whether the dynamics would work with Humphreys and Smith.
and remember, it's doubles all the way through these
Gilbert
days, so that it
100.
has to click. Van der Meijden, ton to level up. He's looked so likely, hasn't he, all day when it's come to the finishing department.
44. James O'Connor 45.
But Richardson back for the break. He's going to have 2 in hand at tops. And he only
Richardson
needs
on
the
the second
one.
leg.
2-0
James
to
Richardson.
Richardson.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've seen players bounce back
97.
very well, and James Richardson's doing that right this minute. He played okay in a 4-0 thumping to Harry Gregory. He averaged 87 and change.
60.
He's going along very nicely at the moment. What's he averaging there? 91 and a half.
83. 83. $81. 89.
Oh, Patrick's back. Disappointed to lose my Iceland Masters this week.
180.
To be fair, I did see some of the people who played in that tournament. Literally anybody could have entered that and won that.
140. James Ricard 60.
That'll be funny. Matthew Edgar won it last year, so that's a proof that anybody could win that competition. Tops for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
And 3-0 it is.
Well, this is one-way traffic.
Fourth
14
leg, Gilbert
darter there.
First. Game on.
Backs up the max. With the 60 out in 2. Averaging 96.
43.
Still none the wiser who's going to win this group, Henry. What say you?
The only thing I know is a bit wiser as to who Patrick Poppington is now.
100.
Andrew Crosby. So no chance for
58.
Van Gerwen and Noppert. No. I think anybody could. Any of the top pairings are in with a chance. Just my
60.
personal feeling that the favourites would be Humphreys and
137.
Smith.
$60.
Oh, Mick Rooksby. It's the Rushmond Windmill Club we play from. Well, good luck in
96.
saving the club.
We need venues like that to help the sport thrive from a grassroots level. Oh, yes. This has been a superb performance from Richardson. Van der Meijden really has ran into one here.
95. James Ricard,
Average just under
101.
97 and could round it off with a 15 dart if he could pin the 101. Treble 19. Would have left double 12. And so Van der Meijden, who
69.
has had a couple of
Gilbert
goes at a double,
72.
now has an opportunity to get his first leg on the board.
James has been deadly on the doubles, 3 from 4.
56.
And he's got
James
3 in
Ricard,
hand
52.
at 32 to wrap it up 4-0.
Well, you get the sense this could be curtains. Double 16. Now 2 8s.
Game
Ruthless
shot
by
on the
name
mark,
and
James
ruthless
Richardson.
by nature. James Richardson runs out a 4-0 winner against Gilbert Van der Meijden. Real good performance, 92.49. It was in and around the 96 region before a couple of misses at double right to the very end for Van der Meijden. Well, it was kind of a roles reversal from Richardson's first game where he scored okay but didn't get many opportunities at a double, just 4 over the course of the match. Richardson a 4-0 winner then against Van der Meijden. Next up is Ward and Cox. Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw John O'Shea beat Lee Coxon. And before the break we saw James Richardson beat Gilbert van der Meijden by 4-0. So 6 games have been and gone so far in the morning session. This is what we've seen, and what we're about to see is Harry Ward and Lee Cox go toe to toe. So, as far as this pair is concerned, Lee yet to get off the mark. As for Harry, 1 win, 1 defeat. And it has been a case of missed doubles at him so far today. His scoring has been absolutely fine, but has failed to find key doubles at key moments. And that came to cost him in that game against Harry Gregory, second up in proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via our social media feeds. We're at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Send some of your comments in on that. And if you look out on our social media feeds, you will be able to see the draw for the influencer event, which was conducted earlier on this morning. Some very juicy ties in there.
59. $100.
I wonder what you would do for like a Sunday special, Mace, in terms of maybe a tournament format or something like that. As a one-off.
As a one-off, I do a shootout. So I'd get 32 players.
46.
Maybe 16 invites and then 16 picked via social media or something. And I do
56.
a totally random draw. So everybody be in the room. First 2 names out of the hat. Play each other. 1 leg 1,001. Winner goes into a winner pool. Loser
80.
BFH. And I do that for every round. So there'll be no effective draw. You just 16 matches pulled out, 1 at a time. Losers
41.
out. Winners goes into winners out. All the 16 winners then go into the pot, and then you draw them out 1 at a time. So you don't know when you're on, and you don't know who you're playing.
Bit UK Open like.
140.
In a way, snooker shootout meets the UK Open. But I like the drama of not knowing, when or who you're playing. It's literally just as your ball comes out,
45.
your walk-on music should come on,
16.
and you know it's you. And then when they draw the next ball out, the same thing.
2 8s for 1-0 to Harry Ward. He's had some struggles on that part of the board so far today, but he's found it on that occasion to lead Lee 1-0. I'd love to have a pairs tournament. So
Well, Patrick wants to know special
100.
week commentators week, Henry.
that's yours to lose, isn't it, Mace?
It's too easy, mate. Be no fun in that.
Probably you and Mitchell, I'd say, would be
85.
the 2 favourites.
Oh, yeah. He's a bit of a nemesis for me, is Scotty Mitchell.
He can't beat him in another game of darts, can he?
11.
Do you reckon Glenn will be in the draw for that?
I do believe he was playing MVG at the weekend.
Yes, in Alloa.
Yeah.
He said he very much enjoyed himself, which is good to hear. I hope you're keeping well, Glenn. What about Edgar's chances in the draw?
Oh, I think he's struggling at the moment, isn't he? I think
135.
the injury has reappeared. So you'll have to sort that out.
93.
Well, he didn't defend his Iceland Masters title.
No, unfortunately. Alan Green says, be nice to have Littler and Humphreys pair for the World Cup. Be unstoppable. Oof, that would be a bit special.
140.
Call
The
the
Lukes.
tournament off. Cool, that would be naughty.
What? Yeah, how about this one then for the chat?
99. Leocar
The two,
115.
arguably the 2 best players at the moment on current form, Luke Humphreys and Luke Littler. How would they have got on against Prime Taylor and Prime Adrian Lewis, who had plenty of success in the World Cup, of course?
And a lot of that was synergy as well with Taylor and
59.
Lewis.
How
Even
many
when
car
Lewis was having a
winners?
couple of
67.
dodgy years, they still managed to find a way of winning the World Cup, but just because of the pairing that they had.
Yeah, well, that's why I think Wales may be dangerous because of
95. Blue car 56.
because of the dynamics involved. And someone here, last question, has it been announced what week Bo Greaves will play in Series 7?
Watch the promos.
24. How do you car 72?
Another. Tops.
Game show
In
in
it
the second
goes.
leg.
Ward
Harry
breaks. He leads 2-0.
Third leg
Floating
out
around
in
that
the first.
mid-80s
Game
range. It's been far too easy for him so far. Anyway, I don't know what you're harking on about with the commentators. We're all looking forward to the game between me and
97.
Chris Murphy.
What are you playing?
Well, start on Monday, finish on Wednesday. Best of 3 legs. 301.
100.
Winner to play Phil Bars.
My money will be on Barzy, he was a top youth player, was Barzy, you know.
60. $56. $59.
Well, that 140 now puts Ward on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, as Warren Ackery says, follow all our socials. Make sure you subscribe. Lots of you watching on the YouTube.
60.
Don't subscribe. Give us a
68.
thumbs up, subscribe, and you won't miss any of the live
66.
broadcasts and, of course, all the added content that goes on to our YouTube channel, all our little specials and interviews.
$41.
Well,
Mario
two
Kart
played 2-2-2 in that particular scenario. But this is a 3-0.
No score.
And Harry, well,
And, of course, we are on all the X and Facebook and TikTok and Instagram at MSS Darts, all one word.
90. Mario Kart 2.
the Madhouse.
No score.
Well, he's made a
Mario
mess
Kart
of this, hasn't he,
91.
Harry? He should never have been
Yeah,
in this
too
situation.
aggressive on Dart 1. You've got to just put one just over, and if you pull it, you'll pull it in.
Great recovery. And that would have been a
59.
steal.
Mario Kart 2.
Well, there's no going back here, Harry. One up. One in.
Game shown
And
on the
into a
third leg.
3-0 lead.
Harry Ward.
And that's why they call it one up, one in.
Fourth leg leader through first. Game on. $78.
I'd love to, I'd say going back to ideas,
140.
I'd love to see a mixed pairs tournament.
Yeah.
Never been done before.
Yep.
On TV anyway. I think that'd be great. Sunday afternoon.
100.
Oh, hang on. Sure, there was a mixed pairs tournament in the 80s. Just can't remember what it was called.
96.
I'd love to see a world, and the other one, we're both big fans
Yeah.
of the World Masters Week, aren't we?
Yeah. Same format.
100.
You can almost
And
make,
I'd love to do a Ryder Cup style week as well.
well, you could almost make it a Masters of Darts week,
95.
so you get all the eligible former champions. So you'd include obviously Wesley Plaisir and Bo Greaves as the reigning winners. John O'Shea, Lisa Ashton,
John Walton.
Dubbridge.
140, adding
Dubby.
170.
Wolfie, obviously.
Ovs.
$60, Leo car 83.
Is to bring it back to 3-1. Now for double 16 to keep himself in the contest. In it goes. Back to 3-1 we go, and Harry now has the darts for the match.
In terms of
The flag
averages and
game on.
ton pluses, they're quite equal. In fact, Lee Cox has had 8 scores of a ton or more, including
134.
3 140s. Harry's had 7.
60.
23% on the doubles for Harry, 20% for Lee.
43.
Yeah, I reckon that World Masters week, you can actually maybe also spin it the other way. You can make it a Masters of Darts week, so you get the 12 best players playing over what is probably the hardest format, best of 3 legs a set.
121.
Agreed.
Maybe with the Champions Week as well, the format, because I've heard 1 or 2 conversations with people that maybe the
95.
semi-finals and finals should up in format.
7 and 9, yeah.
I'd even go, you could make an argument for best of 11.
Yeah, for the final.
Obviously 25 grand up for
140.
grabs now.
As long as I got paid extra money, of course.
100.
Michelle Marsh, 170. Had a great day at the Auction Humber ADC playoffs yesterday.
100.
Despite getting beat first round, but well done, Tom Lishman, on a 92 average all day and a return to the Super Series. Unlucky B-shot. Better luck next time.
Leo car 80.
Hope you had a good day.
Sounds like she has had a good day.
That's the way it should be. This is tops for Lee.
60.
Not to
Leo
be.
car 25.
And so Harry Ward back for 25 to seal a 4-1 success. It'd be his second win on the board from 3 matches. That was precariously in the single 9. But not an issue with the double 8. And it's a 4-1 win for Harry Ward. And Lee Cox has that sinking feeling again. Another defeat, this time to Harry Ward, 4-1. That, the tail of the tape, 82.5 average. And that was despite missing another 11 darts at a double in that game. Ward 4-1 against Lee Cox. Coming up next, Gregory against Gilbert.
and I've received no email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
Legend of the game, Paul Hinks, had a sit-down with us a couple of weeks ago. That interview available now on the Super Series YouTube channel. On top of plenty of other bonus content, including the Bullseye Challenge, other exclusive interviews, and other goodies. So do drop a subscribe on that for more content. Here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where next up for us, we're watching Gilbert van der Meijden in action. Now, he won his first game in Press against Lee Cox, was on the wrong end of a 4-0 defeat against James Richardson, whereas Harry Gregory, has to be said, has been the player of the day so far. Ton plus average in his first match against James Richardson before then following up with a 4-1 success against Harry Ward, averaging 87.69 in the process. Well, Harry is a player that we maybe not ask one or two questions of, but we know his ability. But how is he going to react to this environment when he's reacting very well, mate?
Yeah, been impressed so far.
Harry did through first.
Certainly a player moving in the right direction, and I do expect Gilbert to bounce back here. Harry Gregory is the favourite, 8-11.
125.
He was this morning before the off. Gilbert was even money.
140.
Could be a hotly contested clash, this one.
92.
One of the big facets for him as well is the fact that even when you think maybe he's going to come up dry, he finds something tangible with the last dart.
Well,
140.
he gives every dart 100%, doesn't he?
95.
And there is that, again, a prime example. Is this going to be 3 140s? It sure is.
We've seen this already from Gilbert Day. He's already had a 10-darter on day one.
76. Gilbert Ukar, 81.
Double 18. Double 9. Ooh.
72. Aliukar, 113.
Still left himself a bit to do on 9, and he's going to get a go at it. Just got to make sure of the 1.
48.
So this
Gilbert
for
9.
the opening leg break. 2 at 2 fours.
Needed them
Show the
both.
first leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
Gets it done. 15 dart, break of throw.
Second leg, Gilbert to throw first.
Use that first
Game on.
dart as a beautiful guide for the second to work its way in.
Yeah, it was a bit of a range finder, wasn't it?
42.
Gilbert's one of those players that's definitely been a real fruitful product of the ADC European Tour. And since you've had players coming
100.
through that system at the beginning of May last year, you see the likes of Jeroen Mioch thrive in this environment. Jimmy Van Schie, who I really do think has got the potential to be a real superstar of the Super
96.
Series. The way he plays, his character, his demeanour on stage.
The Scandinavian players as well.
Andreas Harrison has improved tenfold.
He was brilliant.
85.
Absolutely brilliant.
Victor Tingstrom as well played well last week. You got the likes of Oscar Lukasiak and Anton Özcan. They are
60.
basically streaming out to Sweden, these top players.
Tingstrom.
58.
But Tingstrom wasn't too strong on Saturday night.
No.
He wasn't the victor.
57.
I was actually mentioning this point with Paul Nicholson last week about how, when you consider what Sweden's doing in terms of bringing players through, that maybe it is time for them to have something a bit more tangible, possibly
134.
European Tour or maybe a big event on the WDF or ADC circuits go out in that part of the world. And there was a tournament mix of an exhibition out there, which had the likes of Luke Litton and Chris
100.
Dobian, and that hall
Aliukar,
was packed,
124.
bursting at the seams. 1-2-4 for Gregory. He's going to get a poke at the ball. Beds the
Show
ball.
the second leg.
Beautiful from the
Harry
Hawk
Gregory.
to level up at 1-1.
Question for us both
Third
here.
leg, Harry to throw first.
From Alan Green.
Game on.
Who's your favourite throwing action at the Modus? Alan says for him, it's Neil Duff.
94.
I think we're both going to come to a similar answer, and I know we're both big fans of Mike Warburton's throat.
Yeah. That's, for me, his
140.
throw is as bang on as you can get. Every element of it.
140.
Although Dirty Harry's got a nice throw as well.
Just so relaxed, isn't it? Everything
140.
about it.
Fluid.
$131.
Danny Buckets, missing yellow class and Tira Tricol. Shane McGurk's actually played in this series so far, playing in the influencing event. Do you remember that week where we had Klassen,
140.
Lauby and Blom?
136.
Spotter's nightmare.
This would be for back-to-back ton plus outs. Oh, this is
From the
incredible.
third leg, Harry
This is
Gregory.
superb. The Hawk is flying here. Back-to-back ton plus
Well,
outs, a
Gilbert is
12-dart
first.
leg,
Game
and he's
on.
now averaging 102.
Yeah, backing up that performance
100.
against James Richardson in match number 2 today. He averaged 101.9.
140.
Well, he was slow out of the traps in the first leg. He's definitely up to speed now. Gilbert must be thinking,
95.
what on earth am I being faced with today? Averaged 94 in his first game. Was then on the wrong end of James Richardson's 4-0 win.
180.
And now, he's averaging just under 110. With his first max of the match.
I've
44.
been saying he was value this morning at 22 to 1.
$40. $56. Out of your car, 141.
1-4-1. It's not going to be done, and that would have been for a hat-trick of ton plus outs, and it would have been
65.
for back-to-back 12 darters. Maybe 14 and a 76 is going to have to do. Before a dart was thrown this morning, Harry Gregory was
57.
22 to 1 to win the
76.
week. I don't think he's going to be at those odds anytime soon. Tops.
36.
Well, the biggest surprise was it didn't go.
149.
Well, for a counter-attack, double 16 is a pin for the 149. And so Gregory returns for tops for a 3-1 lead. Double 10. Up for fives.
30.
And now Gilbert
Gilbert
has
car
bided
16.
his time and now has an opportunity to level this game at 2-2.
Game shot on the
And level
fourth
we
leg.
are.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
Gilbert's hung in. He's stuck with the task. He's got his rewards
Fifth
there.
leg Harry to throw first. Game
Patrick
on.
wants to know, Henry, if Warburton's throw is so good, why is he not world champion? Well, sometimes you need to be good and lucky.
57.
Who'd write a comment like that?
Someone who knows nothing about darts, in my opinion. That's like there's golfers out there with
140.
the perfect swing.
$140.
Just had another analogy in my ear, but I can't really use that one.
$98. $81.
Oh, don't quite know how this one is 2-2, but it is.
99.
If Harry's not careful, this game could slip away from him here.
140.
But that's a great recovery,
Gilbert car,
especially following the first
164.
start.
Yeah, super stuff. Another one of those for the ball.
Oh, that's
And shot of the
spectacular.
player, Gilbert
It is
van
an
der Meijden.
exchange of haymaker blows in this contest. And Van der Meijden has found the biggest one of the
Six-leg
lot
Gilbert to
to
throw
break
first.
Gregory and lead 3-2.
That's our
Game on.
third ton plus out of the match and the biggest of the day so far. And a first reaction, really, that we've seen from Gilbert.
100. $86. $60.
Someone just said, best throw in the PDC then. I'm going Dimmy. I'm going Doby.
There's just something about that throw, isn't it?
128.
It's something that if you, and obviously you coach beginners, don't you, that if you were to have a look at the action for someone just picking up a dart for the first time, that would be almost your dream.
57.
Yeah. I referenced Doby and who else do I tell
100.
players to study? Definitely Warby. Definitely Doby. Probably the rhythm of Smith.
40.
Stevie B?
Yep, it's another beautiful action, and the longevity proves that. Same with Barney.
139.
I've just had a tantalising thought. Steve Beaton v Mike Warburton here next year.
Could happen.
Oh, that does get your juices flowing, don't it?
95. Harry 48.
If you're that way inclined, Henry.
Double 16. Double 8.
32.
Don't go. And can Van der
Gilbert
Meijden find the
149.
fourth ton plus check out of the game and put the hammer home on the hawk? Not to beat. And so it's going to be 2 8s for the last leg
Cheeky.
decider
13. Harry 16.
to take us the distance. Gilbert's already won a last leg decider today. And he may not need one
So
now.
lucky.
Gilbert 36.
And Van der Meijden has been so good today on double 18. If he finds it here, he finds a second win. And a
Being
second
shown the
win
match,
has
Gilbert
been
van der Meijden.
accrued. Gilbert van der Meijden inflicts the first defeat of the day on Harry Gregory by 4 legs to 2. Real good quality contest that. 3 ton plus checkouts. Gregory losing a 94 average. Gilbert 92.63, 4 for 9 on the doubles, including that 164 to move him 3-2 in front. A good quality contest, and we're hoping for the same after the break when John O'Shea faces off against James Richardson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our 9th game of the session sees James Richardson and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe. Before the break, Gilbert van der Meijden, good performance, good game between him and Harry Gregory. A 4-2 victor over the Hawk, inflicting Gregory with his first defeat of the day. Next up for us, it's Richardson against O'Shea. This should be a real tidy affair on the basis of what we've seen today. Although, I feel like that's a saying that we've been kind of tugging along with for a while.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous session so far, rattling through the games. Just looking down through the list, and I think in terms of
First leg, John to throw first.
the lowest sort of level of
Game on.
performance, 80.75. That's it, and that was from Lee Cox, who hasn't been playing a great deal of darts lately. He's
100.
in the process of renovating his house as well as working, so he may take a day or so to get up to full speed.
140.
Looking at the table, it's Harry and Gilbert all on 4 points.
100.
O'Shea and Richardson will join that group on 4. And it's Lee Cox without a win yet.
60.
All the players will have completed 3 matches at the completion of this one.
100.
The table's starting to take shape, and we're getting an indication of who may be vying for that top spot on Wednesday.
140.
Well, James Richardson knows all about top of the table, the way his football side are going this season.
97. James
You'd be
Ricard,
hoping to take out the first leg with
161.
ton top. We saw 3 of these in the last match.
Just come back to a lot of people talking about throwing actions, and of course Adrian Lewis is
102. John Ricard, 104.
right up there. Gary Anderson agreed with that one. Kurt Parry, a lovely throw.
72. James
John
Ricard,
Lowe, of course,
59.
the first real. Well, Eric did have it was quite complex, but there was a lot of wrist involved and a little pinky sticking out, which was very much a trait of his.
39. John
But John
Ricard,
Lowe's throw,
32.
just a thing of beauty. Everything from the elbow.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Anything
John
about that
O'Shea.
will feel good for John O'Shea. 16 darter to take the lead
Second
on
leg,
throw
to
against
throw
James.
first. Game on. $100. 57.
Hello to Kevin Pryor, to Ego Chip,
140.
and to Scott Rowe joining us on the chat room. Hope you're well, guys. Sam Golding met Steve Beaton on Saturday night. What a bloke.
91.
Top fellow Stevie B. A lot of people sort of surprised by the way this is playing out today. You're going to see players who just have not necessarily off games, but sometimes walk
41.
into someone who is almost unplayable, and then you're going to have players who's going to drop off in form and then recapture that form. That's
134.
very much the nature of our sport.
I'll tell you one thing.
60.
Everybody plays at a good pace, and sometimes when you have a group where everyone style-wise plays to a similar
Good point.
flow, it just works so well, doesn't it?
95. James Ricard,
There's
160.
nobody at all who you would say is methodical or slow. There's not overly a massive speedster either. They all just play at a
77.
real nice,
John
solid
Ricard,
pace.
124.
Treble 18 for the bull.
99.
Skims
James
the
Ricard,
wire of the
83.
25, and so Richardson back for 83 to square this game up at 1 apiece. One down to the bull.
49.
Doesn't
John
go.
Ricard, 25.
So this is for 2-0. Oh,
No
we
score.
saw this
James
last
Ricard,
week from
34.
Corny Grunewald busting the 25 by hitting the treble 9. Richardson's got a reprieve, and he A, doesn't know how O'Shea's bust that, and B, does he split or does he hit? Goes
James
for the
on the second
latter,
leg.
and he
James
levels up at
Richardson.
1-1.
Evan
So
Foley
John
asking what do I think of
first.
Callan Ridge
Game
throw.
on.
Yeah, another nice throw. Sometimes can be a little bit too quick for his own good, but when it's working, my goodness.
140.
We talk about ceilings. Well, he's got a very high one.
He's very good with 2 darts in hand, not let alone 3.
that.
140.
Talking about Steve Bean, it's given me an idea.
135.
He's going to be stepping away from the PDC Tour at the end of 2024. He's going to be playing the World Seniors next year. Think about the 12 players, potentially, with players who lose
60.
tour cards and that you could potentially have for a World Seniors week here at the Super Series. Suljevic is on the cusp, potentially of losing his card at the end of the year.
135.
Morning, Kevin. Welcome along to the chat. All those joining.
60. John O'Carr, 91.
Well, this is for yet another 11 darter.
Game shot on the third leg. John O'Shea.
Well, that is now a handful of them or less so far today. The standard has
James
been
to first.
absolutely
Game on.
superb at the Super Series. It's been immaculate up to press.
Thank you very much, Alan. Yeah, not bad for someone who was rubbish.
$91.
Hold on, people said you never won anything, Mason.
I know.
83.
What did you do apart from a
60.
couple of World Semi-Finals, a World Match Play Semi-Final, and 11 ranking titles?
Not much. And represented my country.
45.
Unbeaten.
Overrated.
And a semi of the World Masters. And a final of the World Pairs.
And an Irish Masters.
83.
And BDO Premier League Player of the Year.
No one cares.
59.
Nobody cares. It's history.
You're irrelevant,
And-
Mason.
And my ultimate achievement, winning a week here.
135.
Richardson has got the
78.
chance to square up at
James O'Carr,
2-2.
132.
Not to be on this occasion, but he has got that luxury of time.
92.
Yeah, sets up perfectly.
$108. James O'Carr, 40.
John's reaction there. Where was that earlier in the leg?
However, has that put some scoreboard pressure on Ruthless?
No
He can't live
score.
up to his name,
John
but that
O'Carr,
grazed the wire,
56.
bent the wire. And so O'Shea, courtesy of that Max, now gets 2 darts
Shot
at
on the
tots. He
fourth
pins
leg,
it
John
first
O'Shea.
time. He gets the break to lead 3-1. And James Richardson looks into the
Fifth leg,
abyss.
John O'Shea
And he's in
first,
the
game
abyss
on.
as far as this game is concerned. How many 9 darters have you hit, Chris?
Is that a
100.
YouTube question?
I just want to know.
I hit the first ever one in the World Masters. That was
81.
in the late 90s. So it was on them horrible old boards. I hit one in the
100.
PDC in a Pro Tour in Ireland. And then in non-ranking events, 3. And
100.
then exhibitions, 2. And then in actual match practice, as in not on my own, but
41.
playing sets and legs, I think I've had about 10.
$140.
Don't know why you brag. You ain't won a nice the Masters.
Never been in it. Never been there.
Never been good enough to qualify. And it's an open.
100.
Jamie Reed. Chris, a couple of weeks ago I asked for some advice about form and you said, take a little break. I took your advice and it has worked so well. Good man.
83. John Lucar, 160.
So O'Shea for the win, 160. It was a maximum in the last leg that was the undoing of Richardson. It's not going to be a big out this time, but he is
100.
going to leave himself
James
something
Lucar,
tangible
97.
if this 97 doesn't go. It's must hit now to save the match for Richardson, you feel. And he's going to get a couple of goes at tops. And he only
James
needs the
on the
one.
fifth
Back
leg,
to
James
3-2,
Richardson.
back on throw.
Yeah, super finish under pressure.
6 leg James to throw
Average
first.
starts 180.
Emo.
The ADC Vault Series starts soon. It'll be my first run in it, open to qualify for the Modus. Any advice? Just enjoy yourself. Try and play with a smile on your face.
100.
And ultimately, at this level, it's about the enjoyment. Of course, you go in there with that expectation to win, but when you're playing at that level, you've got to find that enjoyment
84.
element to it. Because if you don't enjoy it from the start, then it's just going to become a more chastening task as time goes along.
Is Ted Evans making an appearance this series?
95.
He's playing in the
Influencing event.
charity event, which will be live on our YouTube channel.
97.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to dot some I's and cross some T's. There's a reason why he's heading down to Portsmouth for that event, and it's not just the event. There we go.
100.
There's a little bit of a exclusive for you.
140.
And there will be renewed rivalries that week with a certain player.
100.
Well, this game has been a bit like a seesaw, and the fact that it swung one way and another. It looked like
100.
O'Shea, when
Junior
going
car
3-1 to the good,
106.
was just going to Rompone. But Richardson here, if he can pin the 106, will take us all the way. He's got a dart at tops to do exactly that. And take
James
it out,
on
he
the
will.
sixth leg, James
It's another
Richardson.
ton plus out. It's our 6th of the day. And we go all the way.
7th and final leg, John to throw first. Game on. $134.
What a start to the last leg from O'Shea. This, the last game of the third round of fixtures for the day.
57.
Going at some pace this morning.
Not even had time to
60.
eat me breakfast.
Still got mine encased in a wrapping of a famous shop.
60. 60. 41.
Someone's asking when
45.
Ashley Coleman playing again. Well, he's part of the charity event a week on Sunday. I'm not sure. I
58.
presume you'll have to ADC route will be for him.
I don't speculate on players playing,
48.
but he's playing the influencer event. I think because of the way he played and the traction and the traffic he got, we will see him back here very soon.
57. John Carr, 154.
But this is for the match. The 154 is not going to go, although he did have a couple of stabs at this.
94.
You can take that as a second prize. He'll be back. All barring a disaster with 2 at tops.
45. John Carr, 60.
Well, when he moved 3-1 in front, it looked like it was going to be a comfortable win. He was hauled back in by Richardson. Double 10 would have
50.
sealed a last leg success for O'Shea. He is going to come back, but it's going to be double 5 upon his return. Well, 175 left.
18.
Oh dear.
John Carr, 10.
Well, he's got 6 now. Doesn't go, and because of the
6.
miscalculation of Richardson and the misfire, He's now left on 165, a bogey. So 2-2s for O'Shea to get over the line. He's been given a little bit of a helping hand here
Johnny Carr 4.
to eventually get over the line. He's going to have to head for the madhouse and
Being shown
find
in
the
the
double
match,
one
John O'Shea.
to seal a 4-3 win. When he moved 3-1 in front, O'Shea looked like it was going to be a couple win from there. Richardson put it back to 3-3, then had a miscalculation in the last leg, and O'Shea heads towards the victory line. The pair have been embracing a chat about the game that we've seen. We're going to talk about all 9 games that we've seen on the other side of this short break. Me and Chris Mason, we're going on a little trip over to the studio. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Myself and Chris Mason have been watching the first 3 rounds worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge Report. So this is what we've seen up to press. Real intriguing day. The standard has been absolutely superb right from the get-go, including that game before the break where John O'Shea got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs free. As I say, Chris Mason is alongside me here in the studio watching all of the action from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And, well, first off, let's talk about Harry Gregory, because he has been the player of the day so far.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable this morning. I was in Brighton early, and he was on the practice board Brighton early, and he looked very, very comfortable, looked confident. And I think the pace of play, some of you picked up on, all 6 players play at a similar pace, and it suits each other, and that's usually going to produce high-quality darts, and that's what we've seen, and he's right at the top of the tree in that department.
Have we seen a massive acceleration in terms of his development from the last time we saw him here to the player we're seeing now?
Yeah, I think young players go through that, don't they? They sort of hit the heights and then expect it to come maybe a little bit too easy, and then they'll drop off, lose a bit of confidence, and then they've got to rebuild, and that's what he's doing at the moment by the looks of it. Is very, very encouraging to see him playing with a lot of freedom. He seems to have a great attitude, doesn't get bogged down too much, focuses on every dart, doesn't throw a dart away.
Well, it was a great start to the day for Harry Gregg. Gilbert van der Meijden as well has had his moments in proceedings. Was unlucky in a couple of games in terms of the averages hit against him, but we've seen some real good glimpses from Gilbert today.
Yeah, looks very good. Another player I don't know too much about. Seen a bit of him here, and yeah, he looks like another player that's developing and really coming on and finding another level to his play.
This 1-6-4 against Harry was huge when you consider the context.
Yeah, absolutely stunning finish, and that was the first kind of reaction we've seen from any player really. Yeah, and rightly so, because that was a monstrous shot.
Yeah, it was fantastic from Gilbert van der Meijden. Harry Ward, mixed day for him up to press. What would be your overall assessment? Because the scoring looks okay, the doubling needs to improve.
Yeah, again, it's hard. I didn't get a chance really to speak to Harry to find out what he's been up to, how much darts he's been playing. Early signs looked like he was right up to speed and maybe have put in some graft, but I'm not so sure. I think players like him and Lee Cox who haven't played a lot of darts will be the type of players very much like what Neil Duff does, plays himself into form during the week, and they got the advantage of starting on a Monday. So I'm not particularly panicked by either of them at the moment.
What do you think Lee will be thinking right now?
Just get a win on the board, isn't it? That's what it's all about, and you do feel like you're part of it when you're at the bottom looking up. We see it so often. You're just sort of chasing those above you, and you can get bogged down quite quickly.
Let's have a look then at the table, following the first 3 rounds worth of fixtures. And as you can see, four-way tie at the top of the table. Gregory, O'Shea, Ward and Van der Meijden each winning 2 games apiece. James Richardson winning the one, and he'll feel unlucky the way he's played today. And Lee Cox without a win to his name.
Yeah, and that table can turn quite quickly because a lot of the players have shared defeats against each other in the top part of that table. James Richardson would probably be one thinking, well, I think I've played okay today, and I think he has as well, but only the 1 win so far. But this Group A is a marathon. It's not like Group B or Group C.
It is very intriguing indeed. Right, into the second half of the day's action we go. All the players looking for an appearance in Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Port. A place you can be every single Saturday night. Tickets available until the end of June. And if you want to be a part of the action, well, take a look at this. Well, into game 10 we go, and it's Lee Cox take on Harry Gregory. 2 players who, it's fair to say, have had contrasting days up to press. For Harry, it's been ultra good. Whilst for Lee, he's just about trying to get that elusive win on the board. And I get the sense that if he goes today 0 from 5, then between the years there might be a couple of troubles, because you have a feeling of possibly, here we go again. And for all the hard work that he's put in off the Super Series circuit, on the Challenge Tour and elsewhere, he's made so many strides forwards. But I feel like if he comes through today with no points on the board, he'll feel like it's a step backwards, and he shouldn't feel that way.
85.
No, but he's in a very tough competitive group. The only defeat for Harry Gregory came at the hands of Gilbert,
41.
and in defeat he averaged 94.4, and that was despite missing 9 at a double.
140. $59.
Well, you can tune in to the Super Series wherever you are in the world. You can tune in on your TV. You can also tune in on the go? I know that you like watching the Super Series in the gym every now and
26.
then.
Yeah, sure do. Or if I'm rarely having a practice, I'll stick it on in the pub and have it on in the background. And
140.
yeah, keeps me up to speed when I'm not here.
There's actually a few pubs in Portsmouth now that show the Modus Super Series during a weekday
42.
afternoon session. It's a bit weird though, because there's a
55.
place I went into once on a Monday evening which was showing the reruns, and it was a bit fascinating a thought of turning up to the pub and seeing your face on the TV screens.
140.
Cox, 68.
100.
For the
Leo
opening
Carr,
leg.
68.
And these are the kind of shots he needs to just start taking out with as little fuss as possible. Can he land the double 16?
36.
And now he's got to
Leo
rely
Carr,
on
106.
Harry Gregory not taking out the 106, and it's been a bit of a feature today, hasn't it? Not going to happen this time.
98. Leo Carr, 32.
So, double 16 to take the opening leg.
16. Leo Carr, 8.
Doesn't happen, and so Gregory returns for double 4.
Getting shot on the
And when
first
you're having a
leg.
bad
Harry
day,
Gregory.
Henry, that's the kind of things that just continue to happen.
Second leg,
Carved
Harry
out an
goes through
opportunity
first. Game on.
and couldn't take advantage, and more disappointment.
Well, Harry Gregory was born in the year 2005.
140.
Now, there were some significant events that happened that year. Prince Charles married Camilla Parker Bowles. Tony Blair won another general election in that particular
140.
year. David Cameron would then go on to become leader of the Conservative Party. The bird flu pandemic spread across Asia and Europe. Hurricane
81.
Katrina happened that year. Liverpool won the Champions League on penalties.
Ooh, I remember that.
121.
In darts, Phil Taylor, Shockoe, won another World Championship. Beat Mark Dubbridge in the final that year.
I won a PDC ranking event that year.
And of course, how can we forget Colin Lloyd winning the
100.
World Match Play with that 170 finish? And the famous line from Sid Waddell, "Lloydie, my son, you've done it." It was also the first ever year of the Premier League darts, which had
100.
7 players in. The first event took place in Stoke-on-Trent. It was also an Ashes winning year for England when they got the better of Australia. That
William Carr,
infamous photograph of
140.
Kevin Peterson and Andrew Flintoff, who definitely weren't sober outside 10 Downing Street.
60. Leo Carr, 120.
Bull. Following the first dart in the single.
62. Leo Carr, 80.
And so Cox now back for 80 to square this game up at 1 apiece. 20 for tops. Tops it is for Lee Cox.
60.
Not to be, it
Leo
clips the
Carr,
wire.
58.
And so this is for a 2-0 lead. And
Getting
2-0
shot
it
on the
is to the
second leg.
Hawk.
Harry Gregory.
Lee Cox scratches his head in the background.
Third leg leader through the first. Game on.
Someone just mentioned in the chat that Luke Littler was born in 2007.
95.
A year where Rihanna, they had a #1 single with Umbrella in a summer that continued to rain.
94.
The In-Betweeners launched as a TV show in that year.
Very apt.
Something about a
85.
briefcase.
Year I qualified for the Grand Slam.
140.
Well, let's go back to 2005 and go back to some other hot topics. We can have a look at some of the big songs in the charts. Elvis Presley spent a couple of weeks at #1 in the chart for some
95.
reason. Oasis was #1 for a week with Layla, but was quickly knocked off the top of the charts by
83.
Crazy Frog Axel F. And the big song of the year, well, some of the other big songs of that year, you had James Blunt with You're Beautiful, the Sugar Babes, Push the
85.
Button, Arctic Monkeys, You Look Good on the Dance Floor, You Raise Me Up by Westlife, Madonna, Hung Up, and
128,
Shock Horror, the
Carl,
Christmas number 1 that
41.
year, was by an X Factor winner, Shane Ward, That's My Goal. The goal for Cox is a 141. And if he pinned the double 12, he would have had exactly that.
56.
Tops of the double break. Tops
Game
of 3-0
shot on the
Gregory and a
third leg.
14
Harry
darter. Averaging 88.41 so far. And just one more
Fourth leg added
in
for
terms of the
first.
charts that
Game
year.
on.
Pussycat Dolls were number 1 with Don't Ya.
Hello.
60.
Well, Oasis are also top of the charts that year with the importance of being idle, and the importance of being present in the moment has been clear to see for Harry Gregory in this particular match.
60. $36.
I've had a lovely comment. Apparently, my parents vote for Lad Baby for Christmas number 1.
60. $100.
Well, Gregory ticking along proficiently in this game. In terms of the numerics and in terms of the averages, there's only a point or so that separate the pair. But Cox has spurned
100.
6 darts at a double, whilst Gregory's 3 from 4 on the outer ring.
Yeah, the efficiency on the doubles is key, of course.
50. $41.
Before the off, Lee was the 4-7 favourite for this one.
139.
Harry was 5-4. I expect that didn't last long.
I'm intrigued to see how the odds change for tomorrow's matches, because there will be a big shift in momentum in Harry's favour. This will be for a third win in 4 and a comprehensive
44.
one at that, and he's got 6 darts from here.
116.
And it's worrying times now for Lee Cox. Goes 25 first for the treble 17 with the second
96.
dart. Excellent play that to leave himself on double 10. Knew his plan of attack and executed it perfectly in the end. And so this double 10 for Harry Gregory to
140.
seal a
20.
4-0 success. Double 5.
Game shot
And the
of match,
Hawk
Harry
swoops
Gregory.
to the top of the table as Harry Gregory gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 0. A comprehensive win for the Hawk. 84.684 from 6 on the doubles. Real good performance that. Coming up next, James Richardson takes on Harry Ward. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Harry Gregory got the better of Lee Cox by 4-0, averaging 84.5. 4 out of 6 on the doubles in that particular success. Next up for us, it is Harry Ward and James Richardson towing the Oki. Intriguing encounter, this one between this pair, has to be said. And I'll be honest with you, Mace, I don't really know which way this is going to go.
Yeah, you can make a case for both. I would just about side with what I've seen today with Harry Ward. But yeah, very much a coin, but it'd be a no-bet game for me if I was that way inclined.
7.
All I can do is advise or point you in the right direction. And this would be one I would definitely leave well alone.
93.
But gun to my head, Harry Ward.
83.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via our social media feeds. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And, of course, if you subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, be a part of the chat room. Now, only 6 likes on the video so far. Now, we want that to get up to 50. So get liking.
What are you going to give them if they do? Have you got an exclusive for them that could potentially get you the tin tack?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do a sponsored silence.
123.
I can imagine that being very popular.
Burner accounts as we speak.
78. Out of your car, 160.
In fact, to lie, it's actually now
78.
it's now gone up to 96.
Will we Dart do? Will we see Duzza back on that stage? I would have thought so. Plenty of life in the old dog yet, I think.
And I think he's in that. I think there's a sort of scenario as well where Ward here looking for 216s. There's a scenario as well with Glenn, I think, where he can pick and choose what he wants to do now with his other commitments, his coaching, his punditry work. He's a very busy person now, so I think he can kind of pick and choose what he wants to do now. He's in that very unique scenario. Ward breaks there, though, to lead 1-0. 15 dart leg there. So up to 96 now. I've had a good refresh of my screen. If we get up to 150,
41.
we will drop something.
59.
Max for Ward. Beginning to build up a head of steam, averaging 103.
81.
I'll tell you what, if we get to 150 likes, I would tell you who Chris Mason's co-commentator is on Saturday night.
92.
Well, I'm glad you're going to reveal that because I didn't know. How exciting!
Yeah, it turns out you're commentating by yourself.
177.
That's an excellent setup from Richardson. Ward 142 to make it 2-0.
Yeah, he wasn't too sure about that because the target was masked by the first dart at the same target.
22 left, went double-double.
Yep, the right call.
So Ward back for 58 to back the break up with a hold in the second. 2 at tops, just about in the 18.
Game shot on the second leg.
I was going to say, that's been his fallibility at the end of legs, but he's recovered the situation well there. 2-0 Ward.
Game on.
So get us up to 150 likes and we will tell you who Chris Mason is commentating with on Saturday evening. He is a name that you know all about.
81.
Well, I think this may be... Oh, it is a max.
80.
What's your opinion on darts players licking? Disgusting habit or beneficial? It's not a habit. It's a grip thing. What about you, Mr. Mason? When will you make your return? Oh, I don't know.
140.
We're at 136 now.
Mm.
81. $36. 83. Out of your car, 145.
Well, this for a 3-0 lead, and this would put Richardson's head in a real spin. The 145 isn't going to go, and so James is going to get a poke at the 116.
81. James, your car, 116.
Treble, and that first dart was a beautiful guide for the second to follow. Double 18 just goes
64.
inside, and so this for the double break.
Harry's been good so far. 2 from 3. He's only going to get 1 though. At double 16. That's all he needs.
Harry Ward.
93-94 the average. 3-0 up with a double break. This has been the dictionary definition of solid from Harry Ward. Big H is looking to put in a big statement.
100. 100.
We're up to 147.
Oh yeah, snooker starts in under a week.
96.
If he got for it, one, he's going to go in massive favour the way he's played this year.
140.
Yeah, it's hard to see past Ronnie.
You'd
I
say
think I might be
41.
popping up for a day.
ooh, snooker loopy.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
Get Uncle Barry to get me on the VIP list.
it wouldn't surprise me.
Good morning. Oh no, good afternoon, Barry. I'm sure you're tuned in. Loves his darts.
58.
I'm sure. I reckon there's a half a chance you could make a statement if a couple of seats go out early that when you look at the strength and depth of the qualifiers this year, that one could go on a real deep run.
150.
Yeah, well, the ones that had to qualify are names we just automatically associate with being automatically in the draw or a seed.
Lazowski, Robertson,
57.
Bingham.
Out of your car,
Did Hawkins have to qualify?
149.
Well, this for the match and a comprehensive 4-0 win. He's not going to do it with the 149. Richardson, though, is going to
97.
have to save it
James
with a
Rickard,
146.
146.
Because Ward's on a single to double, and he is going to get a poke at it for a 4-0 win. Back-to-back 4-0s.
58. Out of your car, 52.
Double 16. Has to shuffle across. It's a bit of a blocker.
20.
Grazed the wire.
James Rickard,
And so Richardson,
88.
who's only had a dart and a double in this game, may only get one more at the ball.
It is going to be the ball.
Oh, and he finds it.
Game show
And that
with
could be a
four flag.
real
James
skin
Richardson.
saver for James Richardson. Brings it back to 3-1.
Fifth leg.
And James is going to have the throw in the fifth.
James to throw first. Game on. $140.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
180.
His third of the match.
$100.
couldn't do it in perfect style, could he? No.
Here's one. Henry Statman. Who's the best and worst players to have
96.
been on the stage statistically? Well, you'll see that on that influencer day.
What, the best and worst?
Well, no, the worst.
81.
And the best is Darryl Pilgrim, isn't it?
96.1 in a weekly average in Series 5, Week 2, back in August 2023. Although that was kind of aided and abetted by back-to-back
58.
averages of 122 and 118. Luke Littler had a very high average one week as well. I think he was about 95, give or take.
85.
The record for 180 in a week is Littler with 65.
167.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Although Whitehead, of course, broke the streak for most consecutive games with a maximum, 25.
95. Ginger Car 95.
I mean, records usually get beat, but that's one that would struggle. 45 left, 13 double 16. Okay.
Game shot on the
That's
fifth
why he
leg.
went that
James
way.
Richardson.
Well, from 3-0 down, Richardson's found something here. Back we go to 3-2. Ward throws to the match
Six
again.
leg Hardy to throw first. Game on.
And of course, that 25 will be counting upon
44.
Conan's next visit here too. Well, I've kept you waiting long enough. You've done your side of the bargain, so
100.
I will deliver my side of it now. With Chris Mason on Saturday night, it is Phil
100.
Bars.
$85.
The whole darting world rejoices. I've actually just seen Weekly Darts Cast's tweet.
$85.
Well, as you know, I don't have it, so what was it about?
Well, he likes... Well, put it this way. They're a big fan of Scholesy of the Weekly Darts Cast, lads.
100.
Are you extracting something, or are you... Is that... Are you...
That's just what they tweet.
Oh.
As well as Jamie Robinson for week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Anyway, Ward for the match, 92.
140. Adiuka 92.
To seal a 4-2 success. Goes double-double. And it was almost delightful as
74.
well.
Ginger Car 76.
Tops.
56.
Well,
Adiuka
Ward was 3-0
18.
up, and he's just survived a dart for it to go all the way to a decider. But he
Game show on
pins the
match,
double
Barry
9
Ward.
to get the win, and so Harry Ward gets over the line against James Richardson in a contest which he'll feel should have been as tight as what it was in the end. A 4-2 victory for Big H in a good quality contest. Both players averaging in excess of 90, doubling very good as well. Well, incredibly, already we're on to Game 11. The games are flying by today, and we're going to watch Gilbert van der Meyen and John O'Shea after this short break. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we watched Harry Ward get the better of James Richardson by 4-2. Good contest. Harry averaging 92.62, was 50% on his doubles in that particular match. And next up for us, being watched by myself, Henry Deacon, and the two-time World Championship semi-finalist Chris Mason, is John O'Shea up against Gilbert van der Meijden. And, well, it has been, fair to say, Chris, quite the day up to press.
Certainly has been fast and furious. Enjoyable game, that last one. I said they were 5-6 each of two. I just sort of sided towards Harry Ward in that one. He duly obliged.
First leg, Gilbert to throw first.
4-2 with a 92.62 and 4 180s, which is the most of any player in an individual match so far today. And 4 out of 8 on the doubles.
180.
Very impressive.
Well, hello, Gilbert. Be ironic if
100.
Gilbert on Saturdays commentated on by Phil. Thanks, Phil. Well, we thought it was safe, sir. We thought it was a 9 dart, sir.
$137.
Tumbleweed.
Yeah. Well, this has been a good start here
96.
for Gilbert, who's left himself on 91 after 9. And we could have yet another 11 darter. It's been raining in today.
60. Gilbert
It's been like confetti at a Greek wedding. You just haven't been able to stop it.
Well, he's had a 10 as well, hasn't he?
May have to do with a mediocre 12.
Yep, double 16.
59.
Oh, he's got to go to a fifth leg. This is the fifth visit the leg. It's rubbish. Well, he may have to pin it now because O'Shea's found a max.
52.
2 16s. 1-0 Van der Meijden. He is on the board.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And of course, there's a plethora of ADC events in Europe and the UK. The Benelux Trophy takes place at the beginning of July as O'Shea piles in his second max and his second in his last 2 visits. I think our favourite event is the Greek and Cyprus tour. That's a little bit of us, Mace, isn't it?
98.
Yeah, well, we're still looking into the travel arrangements for that one.
Well, that was a possibility there after the first time winning the treble for a hat-trick of 180s by John O'Shea. So maybe it was a bit, it could have been right. The magical 180, 180, 180.
80. 100.
Well, that was a ton there for John to leave himself on 1-2-1.
Yeah, 180, back-to-back tons. Proper solid
98.
leg.
John O'Carr, 121.
Well, prior to that visit, John O'Shea was averaging 122.43.
101.
Well, he's managed to get down to double 10 after finding tops.
Well, this
Not for the first time.
87.
no, absolutely. And
John
this would be
O'Carr,
for back-to-back 13s to start the match. Double 5
15.
doesn't go, and Gilbert could capitalise here.
138.
This would be a real kick in the proverbials if this goes. But it won't. And O'Shea will be
58.
back
John O'Carr,
to
5.
square this contest up. Double 2.
Game shot on the
And then
second
we are
leg. John
1-1.
O'Shea.
And even despite a couple of bits of faffage there, the average is
Gilbert,
still
Gilbert,
98 and
first.
101.
Game on.
Here's one for you, Henry. What are the commentators' hot takes, unpopular opinions in the
58.
darts? That's from Caleb Smith.
I wouldn't exactly call this a hot take, but I think in the
100.
World Championships, the referee should wear suits after Christmas. I think World Championships, Premier events, I feel like it should I feel like it should have that feeling of something a little bit more important, and I think the suits would be an indication of that.
135.
You know, the polos look nice. Don't get me wrong, they look nice and they look smart, but I think for the World Championships, it makes that particular event stand out.
$132. 60. $82. John O'Carr, 161.
Well, 161 for O'Shea to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. There's the first of them. Can't pin the treble 17, and so Van der Meijden back for a 2-1 lead. Went for the ball. Now treble 17. Well, went treble 19 on 91.
John O'Carr,
Not a fan of that. High risk strategy. Matters not. 2-1.
Well, incredible standard in this game. 13, 17, 14. The legs have been won in this game. And the 17 was only won in 17 because of some fallibilities on the doubles. And in fact, that was actually the first leg in the game. A player wasn't left directly on a double after 12.
140.
O'Shea here is averaging 105.5. Had 6 ton plus scores, 3 180s, and just a solitary 140, which you saw there.
180.
What a game.
Yeah, second max for Gilbert. About 5 in the game now.
140.
Back-to-back 140s for O'Shea. He is growing in confidence.
And we're only in leg 4. The record for a game is 9. That's Luke Littler
99.
against Chris Gilliland back in June last year. And we've had 5 in the first
81.
4 legs. And it wouldn't be a complete and utter shock if Van der Meijden finds one here.
$68.
But following that
John
first
O'Carr,
dart,
140.
well, he's made a bit of a mess of it, really.
I think your crystal ball's broken.
I don't think it ever worked in the first place. I predicted all 6 group games on Saturday and got every single one wrong.
$116. Gilbert Carr,
154 for Van der Meijden to square this game up. He's going to have to take it with O'Shea left again on a double after 12. Oh, this is incredible. Tops. Oh, that's incredible. Golden from Gilbert to square up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Gilbert. John to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's actually Gilbert's throw. So we're going to have to start again here.
60.
Well, all of the excitement here. So it's Gilbert's throw in the 5th leg. Now, so we're in the midst of the 5th leg. So we are going to go again. It's going to be Gilbert to have the throw.
5th leg, Gilbert to throw
So
first.
we will
Game
restart the game. Well, we've got there in the end. That's the important thing.
Well, initially, Paul had it right, but I
57.
think it put him off as John O'Shea walked towards the hockey.
Well, the referee have a scoring screen, but when the leg is
84.
completed, there's a countdown timer. But on that countdown timer, there's no indication as to who throws first next.
Why not?
$60.
It's just one of those things.
140.
Just one of those unfortunate things that
Right.
happen.
It can only be a small software thing that should highlight the player's name who's throwing in the leg. Another max. That's a 6th in this game. 3 apiece.
6 of the very best.
97.
Could it be 7 heaven? No, because I opened my great big trap.
100.
You're north and south.
Well, O'Shea definitely doesn't want a 180 here, and he's going to go big because there was an issue the way his darts stand up that he could have caught the barrel with the first or second. This could be a game changer. One dart at double 18 for back-to-back ton plus outs.
And again, he's done
Six-leg
that
John to throw first.
already today, hasn't he? The big ton plus finishes.
100.
Well, John O'Shea here is trailing by 3 legs to 2, averaging 107.87.
I think we're into double figures so far today in terms of
100.
ton plus finishes. The highest, the 164 from Gilbert.
100.
And he's had a 154 in this one.
He's had 4 altogether today.
Expect to have 4 180s in this match.
If I say there's going to be no more 180s in this
100.
match, maybe they'll fly back in again. But the crucial thing is getting the points, and O'Shea has put himself in a position here where he's got 6 in hand on 201 to take us all the way. However, Gilbert would have the darts in the decider.
94.
He's himself first to finish on 107, but Gilbert can leave it far more handy here.
81. John O'Carr 107.
Well, to hit back with a ton topper of his own. Not to be, and so Meijden for the match, 95.
49. Gilbert O'Carr 95.
And double there.
55. John
Not
O'Carr
to be, and so
58.
this two take us the distance, 58 for O'Shea. Tops. Double 10.
48.
Grazes the inside
Gilbert
wire,
O'Carr
and so now
40.
Van der Meijden has a match-winning chance on tops to end what has been a spectacular contest. And to cap off a marvellous
Game shot
win.
on the match,
Gilbert Van der Meijden beats John O'Shea by 4 legs to 2 in an absolute corker. A game which swung on 2 ton plus checkouts back to back, the 154 and the 104. And that left John O'Shea in a haze. An average of 102.64. And it just wasn't good enough. Van der Meijden winning by 4 legs to 2. Final round of fixtures to come. And we kick off with James Richardson up against Lee Cox. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're enjoying a glorious Monday session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, John O'Shea lost of an average of 102.64 against Gilbert van der Meijden. That was the final game of the fourth round of fixtures. Prior to that, wins for Harry Ward and Harry Gregory, 4-2 and 4-0 respectively. So that is what we have seen so far today. It makes a very interesting complexion going into the final round of fixtures, which is going to kickstart in a second with Richardson and Cox. This is how the table looks. Gregory, Ward and Van der Meijden all with 3 wins apiece. O'Shea now on 4. Richardson on 4 points if he wins this particular match against Lee Cox, who could be pointless at the end of proceedings. So, into our first game of the final round of fixtures we go. It's Richardson up against Cox with myself, Henry Deacon, and the 2-time World Championship semi-finals, the World Match Play semi-finalist, the World Masters semi-finalist, a guy who hit a 9-darter, completely overrated, don't know why he's here, Chris Mason.
Afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, tough times for Lee Cox so far in his Group A campaign. I think it will be a case for Lee of just playing himself into form.
Game on.
Even at this early stage, having lost all 4 of his matches, still with 2 days to play and mathematically possible, but with this type of group, his thought process in winning Group A will be over. Not out of the question to maybe finish in 2nd and 3rd to get a Group B campaign, but I think that's also unlikely. I think what he's got to do now is just play himself, as I say, into some form and get ready for Thursday and Friday.
Well, we'll delve into your questions in the chat room as well over the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, you can contact us direct into the commentary box via the
45.
chat on our YouTube channel.
Lee Britton, afternoon, Chris and Henry, watching Modus Super Series for a while. Thank
55.
goodness you changed the set, as the yellow carpet was such an eyesore.
Interesting that. Do you know when I watch sport, I actually watch the sport. I wouldn't know the backdrop or the
125.
colourings in anything really. But there you go. Maybe that's me. Ruben Gray, same old faces. Well, you're still watching, Ruben. And incredibly, it's not the same old faces, because in every campaign, players are only allowed 1 Group A and a Group B or a Group C. And that hardly ever happens anymore.
67.
Yeah, we changed the colour of the carpet because we soon realised that the yellow doesn't work well with muddy trainers and
No,
stuff.
especially during the winter.
44. Leo car 83.
So 83 for Cox to take out the first leg.
Do you have a list of the Series
49.
7 Champions League qualifiers at Hanley?
Indeed I do, Mace. Indeed I do.
Just want to see how many of these old faces have already won a week, or how many of them
60.
are first-time winners at the Super Series.
Well, we'll get to that in the next leg. Cox double 17, the lesser spotted to take out the opening leg of proceedings. Cox takes the opener, breaker throw, 1-0 he leads there. So, as far as Series 7 is concerned, the Champions Week lineup, as we head towards the final stages of proceedings, looks as follows. Reece Robinson, Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos, Neil Duff won the first 4 weeks worth of proceedings. Then when it came to week 5, Andreas Harrison's going to be back for another tilt at the title. Week 6 was won by Jimmy Van Schie, and then last Saturday it was Bradley
83.
Brooks. So a bit of a mixture between experience and new faces.
Same old faces, then. Dear, oh dear.
135.
I don't know what. I mean, he is right. I'm here all the time.
Yeah, you are.
45. 100.
Here you go, Chip. You should make them bring slippers. Otherwise, we'd have 6 Phil Barses in the building if we did that.
30. Leo car 86.
For 2-0. Richardson's had a real off game here.
70.
Someone asking here, who was the most challenging darter you played against, Chris? Phil Taylor.
Who was the one player that you'd feel, based on ability, you should beat, but you just could never get the better of?
95. Leo car 16.
Bogey player, I suppose, would be the better way of putting it.
Game shot on the second leg. Lee Cox.
Terry Jenkins, I had an absolute nightmare with, to be honest. And
Third leg
Kevin
James to
Painter.
throw first. Game on.
But they were high-quality opponents, so I don't think I had the attitude that I should beat. I could beat, most definitely.
55. 96.
Here's another one for you. I don't think we've ever spoken about this. At your absolute peak, when you were at like the best that you could
60.
feel like you were at, where did you feel like you were in the food chain?
Definitely a top 5 player. I mean, I was favourite to win a Worlds. Didn't go on to do it, obviously. But,
121.
yeah, there was loads of sort of moments and performances that made me feel like I was
140.
far from the best, of course, because Phil was at his absolute pomp during my pomp. So, but yeah, I thought it was a top 5 player
140.
in certain periods of time. But unfortunately, that belief wasn't backed up with results, sadly.
96.
But there you go.
Leo car 144.
Do you enjoy these little trips down memory lane? I bet you don't.
I think I could go back to the UK Open match
100.
on stage
James
2
Car, 150.
against Adrian Lewis. It's a 19 or 20 leg match, and I won with an 112.52 average. So that I put that up against matches over that distance
40.
against
Leo Car,
the elite
44.
players who've played our sport, and it matches me up as certainly
Game shot on the third leg.
of
Lee
my
Cox.
time. Oh, yeah, certainly decent.
Fourth
I never
leg
ever
leader
thought I
for
was the best
first.
player in the world, that's for sure. Well, no,
Game on.
I did when I was playing in the BDO. I thought on a couple of occasions I was playing at a level that should have returned a world
95.
title, at least one.
Is that the biggest scratch on the back? That possibility of what if at those times?
Yeah, and it was all self-inflicted, so it's not like I could blame it on anything really
117.
particular. Didn't go to bed.
Well, interesting start there for Richardson. Going down on the
100.
19s. It's not working for him so far, so he's decided to change it up to see whether he'll herald different results.
Yeah, he's just gone right off the ball here. We've not seen any averages down at
133.
where he's at the moment. But credit to Lee Cox, because he's averaging mid-90s.
And there was a possibility that it could have been the other way
38.
round, but Lee here, you've got to admire his tenacity because he's been on the wrong side of one or two today, but
117.
is continuing to plug away, and he may well get his rewards.
Someone here, how does a player average
85.
over 100 in one
James
game
McCall,
and the next average less
134.
than 70? Makes no sense to me at all, even if you play on your worst day. Well, fine
83.
margins, like the finest of margins. Look at the target area. It's easily done, and especially over a short format.
Well, you've commentated on the World
45.
Championships for God
James
knows how
McCall,
many years,
51.
and towards the latter end of the tournament, they have a thing called a worm to have a look at levels of performances from one set to another. And they do differentiate and they do dip up and
12.
down. You have one set where you
Leo
average
Carr,
122 and another set where
138.
you average 72, for example.
Yeah, exactly that.
The 138 is going to go for Cox, so Richardson back for 39 to get his
86.
first leg on the board.
James McCall 39.
Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth
He's on the
leg.
board.
James
He's on the mark.
Richardson.
James Richardson, much improved leg.
Question, Chris, if you were going into the Darts World
Fifth leg,
Cup and you
James
have
to
to
throw
pick
first.
from
Game
anyone on commentary teams from the Modus Super Series, who would you take with you? Ooh. Scott Mitchell,
139.
England captain. World Cup. World champion.
95.
Yeah.
God forbid what you two would do together in a practice room as well.
140.
I suppose you could have a doubles tournament, so it could be you and Scott, Edgar and Glenn,
Nico and
108.
Corin, Australian
yeah,
connection,
yeah. There you go. Yeah.
myself and Mer, because we ain't got enough numbers.
55.
And of course, you can have Laura,
56.
Laura and Phil.
James Ricard, 167.
167. Trying to think who else has done guest comms
58.
here.
Leo Carr, 170.
Fallon and Martin.
Phil.
Yeah, good point, well made.
Webby.
44.
I've never commentated
James
with
Ricard,
Webby.
109.
This to stay in. Bull. Leaves tops. Just underneath.
89. Leo
And
Carr,
from spit and
126.
sawdust, that was almost champagne and stardust, to quote the late great Dave Lanning. Cox isn't going to take a poke at the bull.
59. James Ricard,
And this
20.
is where Lee is carrying the luggage or the baggage from what's been a really
James
tough
Shaw on the
day. He's
fifth
just
leg. James Richardson.
trying to really force the issue rather than
Six leg leader
let
through
the winning
first.
line
Game
come
on.
to him. He's trying to just burst through it.
One out of them, 40.
Going back as well to that argument about averages dipping up and down. When you watch the World Championship, it's very interesting when you see sets after commercial breaks, and
30.
it can sometimes do one or two things. It can either inflate a player's average because they've gone off their okay, or it can ruin the rhythm and go the other side. And it's kind of similar here, because I've said this to Davidtons in the
100.
past, that where they don't know, because of the environment and the new things, how do you treat it? And I often say treat it as 5 set play matches. You're
Yep.
playing 5 sets in the day.
Yeah, and how you play set play is
133.
you play you break it down into mini sessions.
81.
But yeah, still petition for set play World Masters Week.
And it's a bit like looking at the
123.
equation of a 16 darter and an 18 darter. You're still taking a sixth turn, but the average difference is massive. One's nearly 94 and the other one's into the 80s.
I'd love to see a visit
16.
functionality graphic. I think it's a statistic that's been under resourced, but I think could actually have a better detail as to how a player.
Well, and it would
performs.
make people
95.
understand more who
Leo
obviously
Carr,
don't play
120.
how you can have that variable in the numbers.
And I think there's a lot of people who probably genuinely don't know
42.
about that, and
James
maybe it's a
Ricard,
misconception that
120.
not because of any reason, but it's just a little bit of an oversight. Trouble 20 for tops, not to be, and so Cox is back for the match, 78 to
60. Leo Carr,
complete a
78.
4-2 victory and to end the day with a win. He's worked so hard to have this moment,
38.
but the win
James
hasn't come
Ricard,
yet.
60.
Well, these two square us up and to take us all the way to a last leg decider, but he's only going to get one. And that's providing he hits the 19. Tops to save it.
Shaw on the sixth
Oh,
leg.
that
James
will
Richardson.
hurt Lee Cox.
A wry smile. He knows.
Seventh and final leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Because when you miss the big number first start, at the back of your mind, when you're the player behind, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to get a go, and then pop, pop, and we go all the way. And Richardson, Well, kicking off thus far with a bag of nails.
7.
And then Goodman score. Well, one more leg for James Richardson, and he's able to enjoy ruthless Vindaloo.
Another analogy in terms of
85.
the variables in performance is a bit like a golfer going out and shooting 66 and the next day on the same course with the holes in the pin positions the same, shooting 86.
59.
Don't know, I've seen some bandit golfers and some of their rounds.
55.
But they'll still post it on their Instagram story with all their photos of tee shots and that, even though it's being whacked into the river across the road.
45.
Cam asks
45.
this question. I have a question for improving on darts. I struggle sometimes keeping a cool head, especially if I get bounce outs, which causes me to lose focus. How do I stop this from affecting my game? You have
100.
to just accept it and just try and find a way of just forgetting what has happened, because you can't change it. You can't pick it up and put it back in the target you were aiming at. It's just, you got to take your medicine.
60. Leo Carr 136.
136 for the match. He's got 6 from here, and he's going to need the full quota of darts.
36.
Well, he's left himself on the square ton after all that. Core, there's some pressure on here. There's almighty pressure
Leo
on.
Carr 100.
Both players hitting a max in the deciding leg, and he finds the big 5 and can't rescue the situation.
44.
What a
James
chance for
Ricardo, 50.
Richardson this is, and it would sum up the day Lee Cox has had.
From 3-0 down.
30.
But Cox will
Leo
get a
Carr,
go for the
56.
match. He's going to get a couple of match darts. A double 18.
Game
And it is a
showing
win
match,
for Lee Cox. He gets there in the end. He's had to wait for that winning moment. And you can tell the sigh of relief on his face as he eventually gets over the line. He had led 3-0. He had let Richardson back in. But in the last leg decider, he has got over the line. 4-3 the winner against James Richardson. O'Shea and Gregory is up next. Well, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth is the stunning destination for the Modus Super Series. And what a stunning day of darts we have seen on the South Coast. Our penultimate game sees Harry Gregory and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe. Gregory's had a fantastic day. 6 points to his name, 3 wins from 4 so far, up against John O'Shea, who has played some good stuff. And last time out, lost 4-2, despite an average of 102.64 against Gilbert van der Meijden. Penultimate game of the day. What do we think of this one, Mace?
Well,
58.
it's hard to look past Harry Gregory based on results so far, but O'Shea was very
95.
impressive last time out. Despite being defeated, he averaged 102.64 at 3 180s. But Gilbert was very good himself. I got asked an interesting question on a night out.
55.
Who would the 5 players, past or present, you would take with you? Well, I've got 4, because the 5th one would be filled by
50.
sort of 10 different people, but definitely Brissy, me best pal, Richie Burnett, because he's hilarious, Andy Fordham,
100.
and my colleague and friend, Alan Warner Little. Main
100.
because Wazza and Brissy were we were all super close back in the day, and we used to have some laugh. But Chrissy John's a Welsh international,
57.
which our older viewers may remember. He was an absolute scream.
58.
Like if you've got 5 friends you can go out with.
Big Cliff, but that would mean I'd be wiped out in about 3 hours, so he can't come.
40.
And knowing from being on escapades with you, it's
95.
not going to be a
154.
quiet occasion. Oh, what a start this would be. But he's not going to find 154, and so O'Shea back for 80 for 1-0.
Here's a... Oh, hang on. Let's just see this. I think there's some freebies on the cards for us here. Double 11.
Getting shot on the first leg. John O'Shea.
Nice finish in the end by O'Shea. Go on, Chris. Give our band a plug and we will send you and Henry free T-shirts. Strangers with Guns. Here we go. Some free T-shirts. Mine's extra large and... Well, Henry's one of those skinny fat shapes, so I'm not sure. Maybe a medium.
Medium is correct. Well, actually, are you gigging somewhere nearby
97.
Portsmouth? Give us some free tickets.
Yeah, you give us some free tickets and we'll make sure you've got best seats in the house here on a Saturday night.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, we'll let you know when Chris is down.
I do
here
believe they're
next.
from Ireland, so I'm not sure they'd be gigging in Pompey. Maybe.
Well, even better, they can give us free flights. We stay in
100.
Dublin overnight, mate. Oh, no, actually, me and you in Dublin, that wouldn't end well. Well, for me, it wouldn't anyway.
Do you like a Guinness? Do you? Henry?
I'm not overly parched, but
140.
I'll tell you what, Dublin's actually on my bucket list to go to this year because I've never been.
Someone's asking, is John O'Shea a relation to Tony O'Shea? No,
140.
John O'Shea's from Cork.
Tony from Stockport.
Correct. No, not related in... Well, probably if you
119. John O'Carr, 164.
go way back. But no, not that I know of.
Well, O'Shea isn't going to take out the 164.
100.
What could Gregory make of the
129.
129 to square up at 1 apiece?
I think Ego Chip's got just way too much time on his hands. They're worrying about carpet and now worrying about music and
89.
worry about the darts,
John
mate. This
O'Carr,
is what this is all
64.
about.
2 8s. It's not
48.
2-0, and Gregory
Harry
comes
O'Carr,
back
40.
for a level match.
Tops 10s for a level game. Ooh,
Getting shot on the second leg.
Well,
Harry Gregory.
like the opposite of what kind of day Lee Cox has had.
Third leg, John to throw first.
Harry,
Game on.
when you're on a roll, you'll find any corner. What was my record versus Paul
60.
Lim? Pretty good, I think. I played him. Let me just chat.
44.
Played him a few times in America, I know that. But they were in cricket
100.
events and non-ranking events. I'm not sure if I played him in a World Championships or a World Match play.
Well, he kind of tiptoed, didn't he, from code to code, didn't he, in the 90s? Kind of really the first player who did that, really.
100. $81.
No, I played him in the World Grand Prix
100.
in, 1999. So that would have been when it was done at the casino rooms
95.
in Rochester.
Going to go
Jeez.
141.
1999, yeah, I beat him 3-1.
141 for O'Shea isn't going to go, and so Gregory will come back for 101 to lead 2-1, and he would have
99. How do you call
the break in his
101?
favour as well. And he's going to get a dart. Tops.
Game
Beautifully
shot of the third
done.
leg. Harry
He
Gregory.
adds the 104 to his glistening collection of ton plus outs. There's a hat-trick for him
Ball flag,
as
Harry
far
did
as
go
that's
first.
concerned today.
Game on.
He leads O'Shea 2-1.
Well, I know what tomorrow's montage will be.
85.
All the ton plus outs today.
That's the 9th of the day.
60.
That social media team, they're going to have to do overtime, aren't they?
140.
Mind you, on the subject of social media, not long until that influencer event, 28th of April. That's going to be streamed live here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Should be an interesting
85.
watch.
Yeah, James Reed said Paul Lim seems like a lovely bloke. Yeah, he is. Absolute gentleman. And the word legend is thrown around a little bit too frequently, but Paul Lim certainly fits the bill.
Only player to have hit a 9-darter at the Lakeside. By the way, it still feels like a baffling
133.
stat,
John O'Carroll,
even after all
121.
these years.
Well, the influx of the nines only came with the evolution
96.
of
How do you
the
count?
dartboard,
58.
of course, because the sport has been made easier
Game
through
shot on the
technology.
fourth leg. Harry Gregory.
We've had some close shaves of it. Obviously, Martin Adams, I think the famous one against
This way,
Glenn
John
Durham.
to
But
first.
I
Game
covered the
on.
game, I covered the Lakeside in 2022, and I remember Richard Vainstra.
Hang on. The genie. Would a prime Phil Taylor
45.
beat a prime Luke Humphries? The stats say no. What stats are you looking at? Please share them with us.
100.
Be a great game. Be a wonderful game, but
100.
whatever's in your cocktail, send us the ingredients.
140. 140. 140.
Well, an exchange of big scores, and Gregory leads 1-2-1 for the match.
Narrowly misses
53.
the treble.
John Lucar,
17 to
36.
get a shot at the bullseye.
Game
Pins
shot
the
of the
double
fifth
nine.
leg.
Back
John
to
O'Shea.
3-2 we go.
I don't know how much of a fan of the
Six leg, how did he throw first?
influencer event
Game
you
on.
are, Henry. Someone asking what's the format?
140.
Do you know what? I have no idea.
It's doubles, isn't it?
There's a doubles and a singles, I
Yeah.
believe.
58.
How long have they got to do this?
Well, the Monday morning session starts at 9:30
That's it.
a.m.
121. 100. 140. 95.
I've actually got the format for the event. Quarters, semi-finals for
100.
the doubles first to 3 and the singles first to 2.
Jordan Johnston. Chris, Harry does a lot of work on 3-dart finishes as me. The kid...
Game.
And he hits one to win the match.
Gregory.
Right on cue. What a day for the Hawk. 4 wins from 5. What a performance. What a day. And he deserves all the accolades and all the adulation. A 95.93 average in the end. 4 out of 5 on the finishing. That is his 4th ton plus checkout of the day. Some way to round off with a 106 checkout. Harry Gregory wins by 4 legs to 2. Last game is Ward against Van der Meijden. Last game of the session sees Harry Ward and Gilbert Van der Meijden go toe-to-toe. Before the break, Harry Gregory got the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 2. Good game, that. Good performance from Harry. He's had a fantastic day. 4 wins from 5 as far as he's concerned. And the winner of this one would also find themselves 4 wins from 5 from the opening day's play. And fair to say that we knew that we'd expect something good from both of these players, but didn't quite know to what extent.
Yes, and before this gets underway, I'm reading in the chat room all these people that think Phil Taylor wouldn't win 16 world titles in this era, blah, blah, blah. Phil Taylor still owns tournament individual match records on inferior boards that still stand to this day.
85.
I'm baffled it's even a conversation.
Do you think?
And I'm one of the biggest Luke Humphries fans there is, but
60.
yes, he would probably beat Phil, but not regularly.
Do you think one of the problems in modern sport is stat padding?
No, idiots watching things
54.
for the first time and thinking they're experts.
Okay, fair enough.
And looking at numbers that suit their agenda. You know,
140.
just look at that performance
100.
against
How do you
Kevin
count?
Painter.
167.
Look at the one against me. Nearly 113 over 24 legs, and I was averaging over 100 throughout it, and got pumped.
89.
16-7.
How's your luck, Mace?
There's for sure a deeper pool of
134.
quality players, but that did
78.
coincide again with the massive improvement in darting technology. That's a bit like saying, well, Ayrton Senna didn't lap Silverstone
66.
as fast as
Gilbert your car,
Michael Schumacher or
128.
something. Well, totally different cars.
Well, this leg could drive all by itself in Gilbert's direction, but Ward looking to put the foot on the
92.
throttle
How do you
now
count? 12.
and cross the finishing line in the first leg.
Six.
Ooh, that was a toughie. It was
Gilbert
bang in the
car,
middle of the blocker.
36.
Double 18.
Yes, Jeannie, you are, by even suggesting that.
Two
Game
nines.
shot on the first leg. Gilbert
Hang on,
van
this is my new favourite. Them records won't get beaten
Second leg,
because the
Gilbert in
competition is
first.
too
Game
high.
on.
What? Well, that should mean that they will be more likely to get beaten. Less wasted darts.
180.
So you're saying because the competition is better, the averages will be lower? Wow.
58.
However, what have you made of the competition here today?
55.
I think it's been outstanding, hasn't it? A superb group. We fancied at the top of the show that this group would produce, and they've not let us down, that's for sure.
121.
I suppose the question will be, because we've seen it before, we've had Rip Roar in first days of Group A campaign, is how they then follow up on Tuesday and Wednesday respectively, because
96.
we do sometimes have a deceptively good Monday, which can then tail in the other direction come Tuesday and Wednesday. But you get the sense in this group that that shouldn't be the case.
45. Gilbert your car, 170.
It's going to be fascinating to see how the rest of this campaign plays out, because
64.
certainly with, well, even Lee just getting a win will come in tomorrow with a bit more confidence and belief. But
125. Gilbert your car, 106.
you've got a feeling that they could just all beat each other.
Well, Ward 152
90.
to square
How
up
do you
at one
count?
apiece.
152.
Not to be on this occasion. So Gilbert back for double 8 to open up a 2-0 lead.
45. Gilbert your car, 16.
Double 4. 2 twos.
14.
And now
do you
Ward
count?
has got the
107.
opportunity to square this game back up. Doesn't recover dart 2, so Van der
55.
Meijden, double
Gilbert your
1,
car, 2.
2 points for 2-0. 1 up,
Game
1
shot
in,
on
and
the
that
second
first
leg.
dart
Gilbert
was
van
a
der Meijden.
beautiful guide. He's halfway there.
Third leg out to throw first. Game on.
And by the way, it's nice to see all the players dressed appropriately for this week in Portsmouth, all dressed in blue, because you know why? The Blues are going up. Ole,
60.
ole.
Gezi has more 9 darters in a month than Taylor did in 30 years. Wow, you're showing again your knowledge. Phil Taylor had 11 on TV.
60.
2 in one match. And unless I'm missing something, I don't think Gezi is at 11 in a month. Not even in practice.
60.
You've missed the chat room, haven't you?
180.
Not the idiots on it, no.
I'm going to bring my hard hat into me.
I'm living in the past. That's the beauty of our game. It gives us numbers. Don't live in the past. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. The data is there.
Yeah, but you must be ashamed because in a poor era, you only made 2 world semi-finals.
Well, yeah, I know. That's how poor it was. But what would I know?
93. $135.
Well, this is a real power play here from Gilbert, who's just upped a little bit. And this is possibly where, because Harry hasn't played so much, where the later games could possibly
41.
cause him a
Gilbert
couple of
car
points because he hasn't got the match
66.
reps.
Yeah, that's a great point. You feel that Gilbert is the kind of guy that will be playing in lots of stuff, the equivalent to our Super League and local tournaments, ADC, of course.
Gilbert to throw
Well,
first.
he's
Game
throwing for a 4-0 win to end our day, Gilbert van der Meijden.
44. $140. $180.
Well, Maxi for Gilbert. He's closing in now, his 3rd of the match. Oh, they're all at it now.
That's a 3rd in the match.
100.
Sorry, it's a 4th. 3 for Gilbert. Doesn't back it up.
42.
And that's the issue. And Gilbert will feel in the back of his mind with order 139. He's got 6 and 177 to close it off. And it would close off what's been a good day of darts.
145.
And this is going to have to go because Gilbert, 3 from 8 on the doubles so far. Couldn't find the treble 14 with the second dart, and so
131. Gilbert
van der Meijden, double 16 for the match. 2 8s.
16. And you car 8.
Not to be. Harry comes back for double 4. Double 2.
Was that a blocker?
6. Gilbert car
Tried
16.
to crash it in.
2 8s for the match.
Game
And for the
show in
match it is, and Gilbert van der Meijden gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 0 in the final game of the session. A comprehensive victory, an average of just under 88.5, 4 from 12 on the doubles, and a 16 darter to see it out. So Gilbert on 8 points, Harry will stay on 6. Harry Ward will stay on 6, and Harry Gregory, well, he's the main man of day 1. Myself and Chris Mason will be catching a word with him after this short break. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're joined by the man who had the nigh on perfect first day in Group A, Harry Gregory. Many, many congratulations. You must be over the moon with the way you played today.
Yeah, playing my first game and I was just like, this is the first day, just see how I play, try and get comfortable with the format and everything again. But I'm happy to get the wins.
What clicked into gear straight away for yourself? Because it just felt like you were so at ease and so at home on the stage.
I don't know, I just felt comfortable, especially practicing. Everything was going perfectly. The way my darts were landing was just perfect, and I felt like I could find my form.
Chris has been watching the match.
I was watching you practice this morning. You were up there for about 10 or 15 minutes, and I was watching on the monitor because it was tight up on the board, and you really look comfortable. Was your form really good coming into this?
Yeah, been playing a lot of ADC comps, like development tour. I've been playing well, getting quite far in them, and just finding the perfect level for me, especially with how my darts were landing. They were sat perfectly every time, so I could find a better scoring power than what I can do.
And the 3-dart combination finishes today were absolutely incredible. Is that another area you've been working on?
Yeah, I've been practicing my doubles, especially because I know my scoring's been good enough coming into this, and all I needed to work on is my doubles, and luckily they found them at the right times.
Yeah, impressive day. You've got to be confident going into tomorrow, but obviously not too confident because this is a really strong group. So to win 4 out of 5 is some achievement.
Yeah, came today just thinking it's the first day, just to get a couple of wins, and like I said, I got 2 more days yet, so let's see how I do in the next 2 days.
What was your mindset when you walked in the building this morning?
I just wanted to get to a good start, even if I didn't win all 5 games, or if I lost 1 or 2 or 3. I just wanted to go in feeling confident and try and pick up a form for the next 2 days.
And in terms of actually playing the full week, what's the big difference? Because your previous appearances have been 2-day appearances. What's been the big differences about having the whole week compared to the 2 days? Do you feel like you can settle in a bit more?
Yeah, I've been playing like a lot of development tours, challenge tours, and they start in the morning, so I'm quite familiar with playing in the morning, so it's helped me quite a lot playing in the morning instead of the night.
I suppose for you now, it's that case of following it up tomorrow. What's going to be the prep overnight? Is it just sleep, relax, and just get going again tomorrow?
Yeah, probably just chill out now, get some food, but hopefully can keep on the form tomorrow and see how it goes.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. We'll round up what we have seen today and have a look at the results. So 15 games come and gone. Just generally, Chris, elsewhere, what else and who else has impressed you on day one?
I thought John O'Shea come good towards the sort of back end of the day, and yeah, did lose out to Harry, of course, which was no surprise when you looked at their level of play going into that match. I think Gilbert's been very good. Did you know anything about Gilbert before today?
Yeah, I mean, he's come on top form, to be honest. I mean, I took out two plus finishes against him, and he followed up with a 164, and in that last leg, he just scored too well for me to keep up.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can do about that when he's pinging in doubles, 1 dart, 2 darts.
Well, you know how the rest of the field felt today.
Yeah. But to be honest, he's a great player. I've been talking to him today, and he's a great lad, and he's just been playing really well.
I should imagine that the atmosphere in the practice room's really good because it is 6 nice guys in there.
Yeah, been talking to them all today, and I can't say anything else. They're great lads, and it's been nice to get to know them and talk to them.
Did you feel like, because everybody kind of plays at a similar pace, it's nice and it's quick, and it felt like you all got along in there, do you think that actually helped the standard? Because the darts we saw today were absolutely superb.
Yeah, I mean, we're all pretty quick players, to be fair, and I think that helps us a lot. But at the end of the day, your friends in the practice room and your enemies on the board.
Well, let's have a look at the table. This will make very good reading for you, Harry. This is how things stand for in the first day. Up in lights, up at the top, 8 points to your name, and you can sleep very easy this evening.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to look at, but like I said, I got another 2 days to keep on top of it and hopefully do well the next 2 days and keep top of the group.
Well, just your quick assessments, Chris, of the day overall before we let you all go.
Yeah, I think it's been enjoyable. The standard's been superb, and as we've already said, the pace of play has been brilliant. It's great for those watching at home as well, because it is rat-tat-tat darts, and it suited all the players. And I think it's going to be another great couple of days to come, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, Harry, many congratulations today. Thank you very much for popping up and seeing us. Chris, always a pleasure. We'll see you first thing in the morning. And we'll see you first thing in the morning as well. 9:30, we start on the Super Series YouTube channel to see who will continue their fight for Saturday night. But as far as day one is concerned, well, Harry the Hawk is flying.